Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner. And for any of you who might have been watching the Community Spotlight on Monday, where I said, my show's definitely next week, I'm wrong. Fooled you, I guess. I don't know what time is, apparently, but it's this Thursday. This is a show about beginner tutorials. We have a fun show tonight. Before we get into that, I do just want to go over a few quick announcements. We do have Summer Games Done Quick coming up at the end of the month, so that is going to be June 26th to July 3rd. Our prize submissions are now open for that. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. And then Flame Fatales will be having its next all-women speedrunning event, Flame Fatales, in late August. You can type !FF in chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/Flame Fatales for more information on that. With all that said, I'm joined by Covert Muffin here. How are you doing tonight, Covert?
Good. I'm doing good. I'm really excited to do this. Like, a lot of my performing for speedrunning in general oftentimes is just literally doing a run, right? And when you do perform a speedrun, you actually have to taper a lot of the content to not really go in depth with a lot of the mechanics and stuff and sort of explain how stuff works. It's literally just, look at this thing I'm doing. Wow, that was cool, right? But this, I'm so excited to do a show where I just get roughly 3 hours to be able to introduce people into one of my favorite speed games, and definitely one of the speed games I've loved over the years, which is Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Yes.
And this is a game you could go on about, you could talk about this all night. So I'm excited to learn. I'm excited for you to share this game. I've been excited about this for a while, so.
Yes. Yeah. Me and Church are speed friends out of this. Church runs check-in for the GDQ events, and so that's where I met him. And so I've done check-in volunteer for a lot of the live GDQ. So I'm especially excited to be able to hang out with some speed friends tonight while diving into this amazing game.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to talk about your speed game with a speed friend that you've never really been able to actually talk about speed games with.
Yeah, for sure. Cool.
Whenever,
good to go.
Yep, whenever you're ready.
Hiya. All right. Well, welcome everybody. This is going to be a beginner's tutorial for Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. It is running on the same engine as Quake 3 with some modifications made to it. So we have some more air control and stuff. If you've played the multiplayer, that is quintessentially the same engine as Quake 3. But for the single player, we actually have a little bit more air control with strafe jumping. Strafe jumping actually is done slightly differently, which we'll go into details about. But really the goal, I think, tonight for me is to give a starting foundation block for runners to be able to get into and get started with runs as fast as possible, right? So whenever I look at beginner's tutorials, my favorite ones are the ones that give a little bit of a deep dive on some of the mechanics. So we are going to be doing that near the beginning. They go through all of the setup steps, right? And then they just give you a very basic route that is not going to cause you to reset a lot. So I will be skipping some sequence breaks that are in the world record route, for instance. Some of them of which I don't even do in my PB attempts and stuff. But a lot of them I will actually still be going through the major ones that I think are good to practice on the side. But once again, with the route especially, I really want to give a nice starting place. And for people who don't know, Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast and the game that after this one, which is the final one in the anthology, Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, are definitely two of the most complicated and difficult speed games I've ever run. But the really cool thing is that is at a very, very high level of play. It doesn't actually really take much to get into and enjoy a lot of the base mechanics with speedrunning the game. So I'm very excited to be doing a beginner's tutorial. That being said, though, we are now going to get started. So first and foremost, what we're going to do is start off with some setup, okay? And this is actually really, really crucial with speedrunning. So if you've never speedrun before, we have a website known as speedrun.com, which is the major sort of host for the majority of speedrunning communities for displaying the portfolio of the community, which oftentimes is in a leaderboard setting, as we see here. So major shout outs to the top runners, especially Smash, Frindar, and Zetor. They've done some really incredible things with the game, as well as the rest of the community. Absolutely incredible efforts from everybody. But that being said, after you come to speedrun.com/JK2, all in lowercase, we're going to pop over to the resource section. Because like from a lot of people who actually don't speedrun themselves, they don't realize that there are a lot of different ways you could contribute to a community in speedrunning. And probably the least talked about and vocalized about are the resources that end up getting created by the community themselves. So here we actually end up having something known as Speed Outcast, which was made by a Quake runner whose screen name is Sphere MJ. And Sphere has been a pillar over the last easily half a decade, if not longer, with creating modifications to these games that are very unintrusive. So what does that mean? It means that it's going to change some things within the game, but not aspects of the physics engine or rebalancing of skills and stuff like that, which a lot of other mods will do. The less intrusive mods usually are, so the less things they change, usually the more stable they are. And that is the entire goal of this Speed Outcast mod, is literally just to give us speedrunners more tools for learning, practicing, leaderboard moderation so that we can validate and really verify runs with a lot more integrity. And then also to add in some really fun little minor cosmetics, which we may talk a few of them about, but it's just absolutely incredible. So even if you've just never played this game casually before, I suggest just downloading this mod. It literally is just a single DLL file, which we will end up keeping, and then drag and drop to our desktop and rename it because I've already downloaded it multiple times in prep for practice for this show. And then the exe file, which is just when you click the play button in Steam, it just double clicks on this one file, which is an exe file. So let's go ahead and drag and drop that as well. And then we'll go ahead and rename that. And then you're just simply going to go into wherever you have the game installed, whether it's GOG or if it's Steam or wherever. It does not matter for this mod itself. You just need to track down these two file locations. So here I do have it in Steam, so I'm just going to go ahead and right click, manage, browse local files. Okay, cool. And that just literally opens up the game folder, okay? And then we go into game data, because for whatever reason, that's where they ended up putting these files. And then you drag and drop the jk2sp.exe, and then you confirm that you want to replace the file. And then also you're going to drag and drop the jk2 gamex86.dll file and drag and drop into it. And you'll notice that I have two of these files here and one with a bunch of Fs. This is just the original base game one, just in case I wanted to go back to vanilla for whatever reason. And so just renaming the old files ends up allowing you to keep them, but the game is just not going to look for them, right? So you can just simply rename them, or you can delete them if you want, because you can always go into Steam and do a fresh install or something like that. Next, what we're going to want to do is right-click on the jk2sp.exe, go into Properties, okay? And then I believe, it's in Compatibility, and you want to click Run this program as an administrator. Just always, always, always do this, okay? This is really important in a lot of speedrunning. Windows gets really messy with a lot of these cases. Where if you're not running everything as an administrator, then sometimes just things don't work. Certain binds may just not work. Sometimes live split may just not work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, cool. Okay. And that's it. Congratulations. You have now installed Speed Outcast. It's literally that simple. Okay. So I'm actually just going to put these in the recycling bin because I already have Speed Outcast installed because I've been speedrunning this game for quite some time. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to go over and go to live split. So if you just go ahead and do a Google search for live split and open it up. If you have never speedrun before, live split is a free software program that is used by the grand majority of speedrunning communities as their timing software. And communities are able to add tools to them, such as a load remover, which pauses the timer whenever you're on a load screen, which increases comparability between runners based on hardware limitations and differences. And then it also adds an auto splitter for the convenience of the runner. So it'll just automatically do a split in a time, right? So you can imagine if you're running a mile in a track, right? So you have to go, what is it, 4 laps or something for a mile? I'm forgetting. It's been forever since I've thought about track and fields. But
miles and kilometers don't match for me, so I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so whether you're running like a kilometer, right? If you want to split every 0.25 kilometers or 0.25 miles, right? Every quarter of a mile, quarter of a kilometer, right? You can do that. And so that quintessentially allows us to do this. And so the way we set this up is that every single level will just have a split. So when you hit the end of the level, it'll just split and then move on so that you can actually time out segments. So you have a nice sort of average of your best segments, or you can extrapolate other information that's nice for viewers as well as the leaderboard moderators. Cool. So Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, the community, has developed both an auto splitter and a load remover. So go ahead and download Live Split. I'm not going to do a tutorial for Live Split setup. Just go ahead and YouTube search for a tutorial in that regard. But what I will tell you that I have done is I have added my own Live Split layout. So there's a lot of customization within Live Split itself if you've never used it. So all you have to do is end up downloading this and then unpacking it somewhere, right? And so it'll give you this nice folder with the splits and layout. So you'll get JK2 splits and JK2 layout. So when you go into Live Split itself, you just drag and drop these wherever you want, wherever you keep your splits and layout files. I do it in the components folder. And then you can actually, no, I do not want to update Live Split right now. Thank you very much. And then you can just end up going in. Sorry, just really quickly opening these up. Oh, has it really been that long? There we go. And it will give you this. So it'll give you this just nice basic Live Split layout, and it'll have all of the level names activated. It will have the auto splitter and the load remover already activated. So it cuts down on your setup time itself. Yep. And so once again, that's just on speedrun.com/jk2/resources. And it is right above the Speed Outcast and Spanish voice files, which is the Muffin JK2 Live Split stuff. Boom. Cool. All right, so besides that, we still actually do have a little bit of setup to do. And mostly what I want to look at is something known as leaderboard rule sets. So if you've never speedrun before, in order to increase the validity as well as the capability of moderators to be able to verify the integrity of your run, communities set up rules. And so a lot of this is actually in the customization of the in-game files themselves and stuff like that, okay? So we're just going to really quickly go through a first-time setup of these just to make sure that you know that if you follow this tutorial and then you record a run from start to finish using the load remover, using Live Split, using Speed Outcast, you can just have a lot of confidence with submitting that first run to the leaderboard. Also, a great way to figure out if there's a problem is to join our community Discord, which there is a link here in this tiny little button underneath the follow button. You just click that and it'll bring you to our Discord server, which is an amazing place to be able to talk to the runners, to the leaderboard moderators, and the rest of the community members. Cool. Okay. So here we're just going to go ahead and launch Outcast. You can just do this through Steam, or here I just have a shortcut to the exe right here in my bar. Both will work. You don't actually have to like load the custom exe. When you click the play button in Steam, it'll just look for the Jedi Knight 2 exe. And that is already done by modding it with Speed Outcast. So boom. So here, just looking at the rules themselves, we have some setup with the console to do. So really, besides setup, the first step to learning any speedrun ever, which I will tell every single person ever, is to do a normal playthrough of the game. Okay, just do a normal playthrough of the game, because how are you going to know if a lot of the mechanics and stuff like the combat, as well as like the level design and stuff like that, will be pleasurable for you to play hundreds and hundreds of hours into it, right? So just do a casual playthrough or a normal playthrough of the game before you start learning the speedrun. Cool. Okay. So if you have done a casual playthrough of the game, you're going to have all of these levels that you can actually just end up loading. And so Yevon Temple is a nice level to go to because there's no enemies on it. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. So hello, C3PO. How's it going? All right. So here for the setup itself, you're going to notice a lot of information here in like the top right-hand corner of the window where it's displaying 2 FPS values as well as 2 different timers. Okay, so we are just going to go through the setup for all of that. All right, so here the rules say mandatory. It is mandatory to configure and display your in-game frame rates and game timers enabled by using the following commands. CG, draw FPS 1, CG, draw timer 1, com max FPS 125, CG, draw speedrun total timer 1 to 4. So you pick 1, 2, 3, or 4 with that option, which shows the timer in a few different ways. And then CG, draw server FPS 1, only if you are using Speed Outcast itself, which once again, I highly, highly suggest using our modified version of the game. Then run submissions must contain game audio, so muted segments of Twitch VODs is an exception. And the important bit for the audio itself is to make sure that the effects volumes and the voice volumes are turned on. Music volume is not required for a submission to the leaderboard. Okay, so just gonna say that again. Effects volume and voice volume cannot be set to 0, but music volume can be set to 0. Cool, great. All right, so how do we do these console commands, okay? Well, if you look at the top left of your keyboard, right above the tab key, and to the left of the 1, 2, 3, 4, there's like a little hash mark as well as the tilde key. So if you just press that with Shift, it will actually end up opening this console menu. So then we go through and we just go through all of these commands. CG draw FPS 1, CG draw timer 1, com underscore max FPS 125. This should just be set to 125 itself when you download Speed Outcast, but it's good to just do this to be sure. And then CG draw speedrun total timer, we're going to end up setting that to 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, just pick whatever value you want. I have it personally set to 1. And then we have CG draw server FPS 1. Awesome. And that's like quintessentially, that is pretty much it for what is required for initial setup. Right now, you could just go into and do a blind run and submit it to the leaderboard if you wanted to. And that's it. That is it. That's all that's really required for setup itself. There are some other commands that we are going to go into really quickly, which are incredibly useful, which are sound stop, vid restart, and SV FPS for binds. And then CG FOV, CG draw crosshair size, and these other ones for their use. And so saber color, there's a list of saber colors that you can have it set to. I have mine set to red because I am a Sith by nature. So besides this, I think the most useful one is CG FOV, and then vid restart and SV FPS binds, which we will be utilizing these within the game. An important distinction about FOV is following exceptions are for configuring commands outside of a run. That means if you start your timer and you start a speedrun of this game, you are not allowed to change the values for CG FOV or anything else within this list. Okay? And that is just an important clarification. So you set this outside of doing a run. Okay, and then you're not allowed to change it during the run itself. So a lot of runners like to set their FOV to higher values. The base is 80. I have mine set to 90 because in my thousands of hours of casual play of this game as well as Jedi Knight Academy, that's just literally what I use. I use 90. But I think it's like very common to have a value of 100 or like 105 to 110. Not many runners do it much higher than that, and it's not advised to do so for a few weird reasons that I'm not going to talk about. But I like to use 90 for my FOV. Cool. Okay, so how do we bind those other commands? Sound stop, vid restart, SVFPS, okay? So what you do is you type bind, and then you type the key you want to bind it to, F9, for example, and then we type in the command itself, which is vid underscore restart, okay? And so doing it through the console is actually required. Vid restart, sound stop, and SVFPS cannot be bound in the game's normal binding system. You have to do it either by adding a line in the config file itself for the game, or by just going through and typing the console command itself. So what is vid restart? Well, vid restart actually is just the same thing that happens whenever you just sort of edit a setting and you click apply changes, right? So clicking apply changes causes the video settings to be refreshed. And that's it. That's what vid restart does. It just refreshes that. that video setting. And this is going to be useful for us for entering cutscenes. It makes entering cutscenes a little bit easier and more forgiving. We can enter cutscenes with some other methods, but it's just simply for consistency's sake and the ease of the speedrunning, for quality of life for speedrunning, we allow the binding of the vid restart itself. So sound stop, if you bind sound stop, so if I go bind, I don't know, a key J sound stop, if you just hold down the bind for sound stop or just press it, what ends up happening is it just cuts the audio for a split second. And this allows us to skip dialogue more conveniently. Once again, it's just a quality of life bind. I personally don't use sound stop because I am a dinosaur of speedrunning this game. And before we allowed utilizing sound stop, we end up just quick saving and quick loading the game for the same effect, or putting a lightsaber into like a structure does the same thing. And this is useful for skipping dialogue to be able to get through things like certain sort of cutscenes and like freeze frame events. Next, SVFPS, there are going to be two binds around this. So I have bound to the, I forget if this is called the left bracket or the right bracket. I'll just call it the left bracket for setting SV_FPS to 20, okay? And then bind right bracket to SVFPS 125. All right. I'm not going to talk about this right now. Basically, the default is set to 20 for SVFPS as a value. But we like to have a nice smoother run, smoother skipping of cutscenes, smoother loads for levels and stuff. So we actually end up setting the value to 125 for the run itself. However, there's some weird game-breaking things that make certain sequence breaks a million times harder, or there's some voodoo with one of the sequence breaks near the end of the run, which skips an entire level when it's set to 125. So we have a bind that allows us to set it back to the default during the run itself, which is 20. Okay, and I'll get into that once we go through level by level. Cool. All right. So we are almost done with setup. The last thing to do is to talk about some other settings that are going to be useful and important. For the resolution itself, it doesn't matter too much what you set it to. Feel free to do it. I do 1280 by 1024, which is very close to a 4:3 resolution, just simply because, once again, growing up playing this game casually for thousands of hours, this was just the resolution setting that I used all the time. But going into the CFG file itself or using a console command, you can set it to 1920 by 1080p if you desire. And a number of runners do have that set. I don't do that, so I'm a little unfamiliar with the exact command, but this is a good reason to just join the community Discord and ask there, because other runners have done it for sure. Full screen off, definitely have full screen off unless you're running 1920 by 1080 and your monitor is of that resolution as well. Geometric, all of these don't really matter what they are set to at all because this is a 20-year-old game. So performance-wise, you shouldn't see any difference by changing these bottom 5 values. Cool. More video brightness, I have it set to about here. Video sync, have that turned off. Have video sync off, and you may actually have to go into your graphics card drivers in order to turn off an internal video sync if your graphics card does have that as well. I had to do that for one of the GDQs when I performed this in 2017, as well as when I did Jedi Academy in 2016 at the events itself. I actually had to go in and change the NVIDIA settings in the GeForce experience to turn VSync off there as well. Otherwise, this will cap your game at 60 and you will get less performance if you have a 60 hertz monitor. So yeah, just make sure to turn off video sync here and potentially as well in your graphics card setting if when you're in game you don't notice the 125 FPS at the top right of the screen. Okay, so if that number in the top right corner says 60, it's because VSync is most likely on and you have a 60 hertz monitor. Cool, okay. So next, dynamic lights I have on. I have shadows off for whatever reason, wall marks on because it looks cool, and then the rest just don't matter. Sound, definitely turn down the sound a lot on everything, just simply because audio balancing in these games is very, very loud with the bass settings. Okay. And then for options, there is a really important option here, slow motion death. Set this to never. Otherwise, there may be some slow-mo cutscenes that end up happening when you get a cool lightsaber kill. So you want to turn this off. I like to have third-person lightsaber, so whenever you take out your lightsaber, it brings you to third person. A lot of runners who come from games like Quake or like Titanfall 2 or other games that are just purely first person will have this setting set to off. This is purely up to if you want to run the game fully in first person or not. But there are some sections where it is useful to pull out the lightsaber and have it force you to go to third person. Okay. Next, we have first person guns set to on. And this is for a very similar reason. Just because I came from Jedi Knight Academy, where being in third person for the entire run is very, very useful, having first person guns, have it switch back to first person in certain sections is very useful for me. Okay, model dismemberment, it's up to you. And then view swaying, I should have that set to off. I don't know why that's on. Then text doesn't matter. The voice doesn't matter. I have it set to French because that is the thing that I find funniest. I might explain why during the run. But the voice language does not impact how fast you can actually end up speedrunning this game. Cool. Okay, so that's it for the settings. And then for controls, some really useful binds. I have the lightsaber set to 1. Having a toggle for the lightsaber bind is very useful. The bowcaster and heavy repeater are very useful to have onto hotkeys. The Merson, which is the rocket launcher, I have on left alt because that is useful. And then next weapon and previous weapons can be very, very useful because we do switch around weapons quite a bit in some mid-game levels especially. So having next weapon on mouse wheel down, I will be referencing this by the mouse wheel down bind instead of next weapon. And I will say I will push my mouse wheel up to switch weapons in this section. So if you're confused by that when I talk about that, just come back to the settings video and see what I have bound. So once again, next weapon on mouse wheel down, previous weapon to mouse wheeled up. Cool. Okay, force powers. Push, we're going to be using quite a lot, so have that on a bind that's really comfy near WASD. Left control is going to be used for some sequence breaks, so definitely end up having that bound to a comfortable key. I have that set to control because it's where my pinky hits, and your pinky is not really doing much else. Having speed on a bind that you can utilize because this is useful for certain sequence breaks, which will be used in the tutorial. Having heal for safety when you're doing runs on a comfortable bind is useful. Grip is not important at all. Mind Trick is required for both the casual playthrough and the speedrun itself. And then Lightning we don't ever use. So Lightning and Grip are the only 2 force powers that don't matter. But I highly, 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 highly suggest having just binds that you will be able to ISO use them. A lot of newer runners make the mistake of having sort of the force power next and force power previous as their desired way of going through the force powers and then use force powers as a bind. I cannot suggest enough how useful it is having individual keys for the majority of these force powers. Yeah, cool. Okay, attack and look. Having attack and alt attack on very comfortable buns is crucial and critical. We will be using both of these quite a lot. Having saber style on a comfortable hotkey is going to be useful in certain sections. Having use is what you use to hit buttons and stuff, and Star Wars games are notorious for having difficult button presses, so like having use on a comfortable bind is incredibly useful and important. These binds don't matter. And third person, which changes from first and third person, is a absolutely important bind for the speed run. So having this very close to WASD, where it's going to be out of the way but very easy for you to press, is going to be very, very powerful and very useful. So I have tab set to that. Great. Then movement, I use WASD for the movement. Sidestep turn is going to be useful for a single sequence break, which is going to be optional for the speedrun route itself. Jump we are going to be doing a lot because this is a core piece of tech in the game, which is what we're going to be utilizing to build speed. So make sure that jump and your strafe and forward back pedal keys are in good positions. And then having crouch. Crouch is required for the casual playthrough as well as the speedrun. So I just use the OG C for the bind, which is really not great. Probably left control is a better option. But it's just, once again, the thousands of hours of casual experience is just, I'm always going to go for that C key for the crouch. And so I highly, highly suggest putting this on a key that is comfortable while being able to press W, A, S, or D and the jump button with the rest of your fingers. So maybe on a pinky key like left shift or control for crouch. It really is that useful. Then run walk is going to be useful for some saber strats, which are very, very rare and not necessary for the speedrun. But if you want to do optimal saber strats, this increases the consistency of them. Cool. Okay. Then for inventory, back to canisters is one of the most critical binds in the entire game. So make sure this is on a very, very comfortable key near W, A, S, or D. I have mine set to F. Use held item can also be useful, but not really. And then Seeker Drone is an incredibly, incredibly critical bind, which is used for certain sequence breaks within the speedrun itself. So I have mine set to my middle mouse button, which is mouse 3. So pressing this down is going to be used in the beginner's tutorial. So make sure you have a bind for the Seeker Drone specifically. Bam, boom, cool. Quick keys, instant save, instant load, also called quick save, quick load, is a skill. It is a skill in speedrunning this game. It's something that is going to take practice. You will lose runs to quick saving at a bad time. It just happens to literally everybody. But the first starting step is having a quick save location that is close to your movement keys that is comfortable to press. I have mine set to caps lock. And then having instant load that is far away from quick save so you don't accidentally mix up the two binds, but is also very quick to be able to get to. We allow quick save and quick loading because it enhances and increases the skill cap and difficulty of speedrunning this game when we can go for more difficult things without having as punishing of segments for trying really cool and difficult sequence breaks. And so quick save and quick load just greatly enhances this game as a speed game. So definitely have these binds be to very comfortable locations. Great. Okay, but besides that, these hotkeys are important. Man, joystick, that brings it back. Oh my goodness, that brings it back. Okay, and then you want to have always run set to yes. You want this set to yes, absolutely set that to yes. And then auto switch, I have it on to don't switch. This is completely up to runner's preference. Basically, when you pick up a run that is a weapon that's of a higher tier than the weapon you're currently holding, it will auto switch to that weapon. So for instance, if you're holding out your blaster pistol and you pick up the rocket launcher, it will just switch to the rocket launcher automatically. I advise having this set to don't switch, but you can have always higher weapon or higher weapon if safe, which basically means there's no enemies around. But yeah, I suggest setting this to don't switch. Okay. That being said, I think we are all done with the core setup of the game. So I think I am good to now talk about mechanics and things within the speedrun itself. Yes. Great.
Real quick.
All right. Yes, please.
So, 2 questions. One of them was specifically about the rules for the Twitch VODs being the rule allowing the Twitch VODs to be modded, muted. Is there a portion of the game that regularly gets muted, or is that for like other stuff?
Yeah, great question. So the rule reads, under the mandatory section, run submission must contain game audio. Muted segments of Twitch VODs is an exception. So this is because due to copyright infringement of like playing other music that is gated by copyright, Twitch sort of has an auto system which detects to whether or not you're playing music. And then if it is, it will mute that portion of the VOD itself. Yeah. So the 2 things about this is usually what I suggest is the moment you get a PB, highlight it and export it to YouTube immediately. Because content that is not monetized on YouTube will like never get muted. I don't think I've had a single video takedown on YouTube because of that. And so that helps the leaderboard mods have a little bit of extra verification. So the reason why we have this in the rules is because we want to sort of give to show that we do have a bit of leniency, right? And trust within the community. So if you do actually want to listen to music while you're doing a run and you want to submit a Twitch VOD itself, this is a totally okay practice in our eyes. Runs usually that are faster times, like especially top 3 runs of the leaderboard, like if you're benchmarking runs that are sub 37, there may be a little bit more scrutiny with the run, which is usually how speedrun communities do it, right? So the more competitive your time, the faster it is towards a game that is as optimized as this, for instance, with a community as dedicated and really, really intense in sort of how we like to push the envelope in these games. Then the moderators may like sit you down and have a discussion if it's a certain section. There are certain sections of the run where I believe we've caught in one cheater before because we had the audio and it didn't end up lining up with weird audio discrepancy that always happen if you do a certain thing, which it looked like the runner did, but they didn't end up having it. So having the audio just gives us that extra power of verification. However, we do say we understand that Twitch is a platform that does mute VODs, and so if this happens for small segments, it happens. It happens. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. And then there was another question?
Yeah, the other question was... sorry, chat scrolled on me.
Yeah, it's okay.
Does the uppercut float still work in this build? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Excellent.
I think they're... Uppercut float. I think they're alluding to a multiplayer tech. Multiplayer and single player are very different. They actually have very different game physics in general. So if that is alluding to something within multiplayer, then the answer most likely is no.
Got it.
But I apologize. I don't know the naming scheme. Maybe if there's a little bit more of an elaboration from the person who asked the question, I could maybe figure out what that means. Yeah. But if they're talking about lunge floating, then lunge floating, it does work in Academy. I'm not sure about Outcast, but it's not useful in Outcast because there's not really that many big gaps that we need to traverse with a jump chain. Strafe jumping is just so much faster, as we'll talk about once we get into the mechanics. But if they are talking about lunge floating, yeah, it does work in the single player for both this game and Academy.
Excellent.
Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. All right. Hi, Twitch chat. By the way, if you're just joining us now, this is a beginner's tutorial for Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. We just went through a bunch of setup things, so if you missed that, feel free to just go back into the videos tab, because now we are actually going to talk into what makes this game an incredible speed game in general, as our restreamer is going to be switching overlays, so the input display ends up coming up as well. As I close some windows and do just some setup things really quickly in regards to that. Cool. Okay. There we go. Excellent.
Lunge floating appears to be what they were talking about.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Nailed it. Boom. Yes. I'm actually really happy about that. Yeah. Yeah, we know a lot about these games and like all these weird little nuances and stuff that like in Academy, there used to be a sequence break that did use lunge floating, but we just discovered that we could use force protect to mitigate 80% of damage and just take intentional fall damage in specific ways. But it was actually used in a very, 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 very old route, like before even I ended up picking up the game in 2015. But in Outcast, yeah, it's never used, yeah. Okay, anyway, welcome to the mechanics portion of the beginner's tutorial. We are going to be talking about the movement itself. So down below, you'll notice that there is a little number in the middle of the screen that is going up as I am moving around, which is known as the speedometer. And this is actively tracking my horizontal velocity as I'm going down. So not the jumping up and down, it doesn't track that speed, just purely how much speed I'm building horizontally, okay? So you'll notice that my camera is actually moving around a lot as I'm moving through the game. And this actually just causes us to end up building speed. So directly below the webcam, you'll notice a no board input display, which is going to be showcasing off as the direction that my mouse is turning in, as well as what WASD sort of walking directions I'm holding as I'm jumping through, okay? So in this game, the way we build speed is something known as strafe jumping. So if you hold W plus A or W plus D, jump repeatedly and turn into that diagonal, you'll actually end up building speed, okay? So if I just continue to do this over and over again, you'll notice that I continue to build speed, right? So if I'm walking on the ground and turning, you'll actually also notice the speed go up. But because I have traction on the ground, it's actively decelerating me back down to 250 units per second. Okay, because that's what the game caps base walking speed to as well. Okay. Also, if I actually end up just holding W and pressing a strafe key over and over again, you'll notice I'm benchmarking up to like 280, right? So just simply pressing a strafe key, if you're familiar with mathematics or physics, adding the two vectors together, right, one going forward and one going sideways, the magnitude of that vector is actually greater than the parts of the sum, which is really fascinating. So the way the game sort of levels this out is they say, oh, no, I see you trying to go faster than 250, so we're going to actively decelerate you back down to that as you're on the ground, okay? However, if we just jump over and over again, we don't have that traction within the air, okay? And so we can continuously build speed over and over and over again. And one draw to this game, as well as speedrunning Jedi Knight Academy, is that we can buffer our jump inputs. So you can actually hold down the jump key while you're in the air, and the next time you hit the ground, the first frame, the first fraction of a second that you contact the ground, the jump input will automatically get sent through into the game and will cause you to jump, right? And I can just continue to do this over and over again. So the moment I start my next jump, I release the spacebar and I press it again, okay? Right, over and over again. And then I continue to turn into these diagonals as I'm going through. So it's important to note that if you come from other source speedrunning, you can build a little bit of additional speed by doing this with a strafe key. However, the rate that you can turn the mouse is actually much slower for whatever reason, compared to when you actually hold the diagonal for it, as you can see, okay? So holding the forward direction and a strafe key or a sidestep key will build me more speed than just one of the strafe keys itself, okay? Cool. So there are a few different ways we can end up building speed, such as something known as overbouncing, which is a glitch within the physics engine that I'm not going to talk about. But we also have something known as slope boosts. So you can see this ramp here, for instance, okay? This ramp is a slope, right? It is not flat ground like the rest of this room is. That's just flat facing upwards, okay? And slopes are really cool, where they will actually convert your vertical to horizontal and potentially horizontal to vertical, right? So the speed that I fall into the slope will just end up converting that to horizontal speed, okay? And it is almost nearly very consistent. It's a bit more consistent in Academy, how much speed, right? 41, 84, 128. So just about, based on this slope, I'm building about 40 additional speed every single time I land on it and start a jump in this direction that the slope is facing, right? So if I jump into a forward-facing slope, I'll actually add that in the forward-facing direction that I want. So jumping into forward-facing slopes is really good. And the inverse of that, right? Jumping into a slope that's going in the opposite direction that I want to pass, boom, it just removed 40 speed because it changed that vertical into backwards momentum. So backwards facing slopes actually end up losing us speed, okay? And so this is just something to think about, especially for intermediate and advanced runners in particular. And this comes in especially near the end game in a level known as Yavin Canyon. You can literally save or lose seconds based on getting good versus backward facing slope boosts. Cool, okay. So the next thing to talk about is something known as crouch climbing, right? So if I just jump, you'll notice that I can't jump high enough to be able to get on top of this box. However, if I press the crouch key midair, it does two things. The first thing is it shrinks my hitbox even smaller so I can fit into small holes and crawl spaces, but it actually also ends up raising our hitbox. And so this is going to extend the duration that I can stay in the air, right? If I just do this over and over again, right? Which most people will not do because you can accidentally get a roll animation, and allows me to climb places that I have no business climbing. And we will absolutely be utilizing this, okay? So the next really cool thing about jumping in this game is they introduced a mechanic in a force power known as force jump. So here, if I type help us OB1, it actually unlocks a cheat menu. So now I can utilize a bunch of cheat commands, which are not allowed for leaderboard submissions of this game, but are allowed for the purposes of practicing and playing around and having fun with the game, okay? So you'll notice the command or the line cheats in the top right-hand corner of the screen itself, right? So with this, set force, and then setting some sort of force ability, whether it's push, pull, jump, or something else, allows us to change the command. And something nice about the console commands as well is that if I just type the command out, it will actually show me what it is currently set to and the values that I can actually change it to, right? So the current force jump level is set to 0, and then the usage set force jump, you can change it between 0 and 3. So here you can use the number 0, but the force jump levels when you do have it are 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so if I just press tab, is it tab? Oh no, it's up. Yes. So the arrow keys, if you press the up arrow key, it will actually go through the previous commands that you ended up typing, which is very, very cool. So this allows us to really quickly get the command back, so we don't have to type the command all the way out. Also, if you do a partial command and then press the tab key, whoops, it's not doing it. Never mind. Ignore what I just said. I don't know why it's not working. But here, using the up arrow allows us to get the command back very, very quickly. Whoops. So here, set force jump, we're going to change this to 1. So at a certain portion in the game, which is going to be Narshada Streets, the level, we will actually end up unlocking force jump. And then if we don't do a sequence break on Yavin Trial, the mission before it, we will get force jump in that mission. So force jump gives us a force meter in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. So what we can do is we can actually hold down the jump key to spend this renewable resource, force, which regenerates over time. At all times in the game itself, it allows us to spend force to be able to jump for longer, okay? And jumping for longer allows us to also jump for higher. So here at this box, when I had force jump level 0 that I couldn't get on top of, now I can jump even higher than this box, which is probably the biggest thing that sets this apart from other like Source and modified Quake engine games, such as Titanfall 2, as well as Quake, and games such as Portal and stuff which have strafe jumping ingrained into it, is this force jump feature, which is very, very cool. So we can actually utilize this to stay into the air for longer, to be able to sequence break the game and do really cool jump chains and stuff like that. Utilizing strafe jumping to move faster, and then force jump to be able to stay in the air for longer and jump higher to really, really like go out of bounds and sequence break certain areas. The other very minor thing that you may not think about that happens when we gain a higher level force jump is it actually ends up causing our forceless hop height to be higher. Okay? And like a lot of runners actually just will not notice this if they've just never played around with the mechanic itself, right? So when I had force jump level 0 and I did a hop without spending any force, I couldn't jump on top of this box. But now that I have force jump level 1, if I just hop, it now is actually enough height to be able to clear this box, right? And then if I set my force jump to level 3, right, the hop is now even higher, right? Is now, whoops, even higher, okay? So here, just with a hop with force jump level 3, if I press crouch at the right time, nope. If I press crouch at the right time, I can actually end up doing, nope, a crouch climb here. Sorry, this one's a little bit more precise. So you can actually end up doing different hop heights and stuff too. Oh well. Maybe it's there, okay. So the height of the forceless hop of force jump level 3 is actually the same height as a full force jump from force jump level 1. They are the same height, which is really, really wild when you think about it. So just realize that as you increase force jump, you can actually spend even more force, right, to jump even higher, and also spend more force to jump for even longer. But also with this, it took me 2 full jumps to fully run out of force, whereas with force jump level 1, we could actually end up doing a lot more jumps sequentially. So just be aware of that as we go into the game, that conserving force and having a full force meter at certain portions of the run is going to be incredibly important, right? If you run out of force, you can no longer force jump. Cool. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's talk about this for a very, very small segment. So here, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to talk about some advanced movement techniques that are not going to be required for speedrunning this game, but just techniques to be sort of aware of as you're going through. Okay, so crouch climbing is really, really powerful, right? It allows us to be able to increase our jump height just very slightly to be able to get up certain areas that normally we would not be able to jump up. Okay, so some advanced jumping techniques are something known as a wave jump, right? So when you think about routing in this game, what is the shortest distance to get from point A to point B? Okay, what is the shortest distance? So with this, if I do this, and then, sorry, 1 second, windowed projector, make this really large. So here, if I want to go down, oh, is this the correct bind? I think I forgot my bind. It's okay, it's not important. So if I want to go all the way down here, this corridor in a straight line, I have a few different ways that I could do this, right? Ideally, we would jump in one direction and then jump in the other and keep doing this over and over and over again, right? And this makes us do an S shape as we're going through one jump at a time, right? So you take a nice, really curvy path where you want to go in a straight line, right? So with force jumping, it really is kind of causing us, no, we're going away from that direction we want to go, so you jump in the opposite direction. Alternatively, we can actually do something known as a wave jump. So if you change force jump directions near the top of the jump, as well as right after you start the jump, are 2 good times to be able to do that. Set force jump. I can type. There we go. So with force jump level 2, this is a little bit easier to show, right? So you can either do it at the start, so I can jump right left to make this a much more direct path, or we can end up doing it right before we hit the zenith of the force jump. And what I will tell you is that wave jumping in Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast will, for runners of all levels, it will almost always lose you speed. Okay? So that is actually really critical to understand. So it's going to lose me from being able to build optimal speed. And this is for a few different reasons, mostly because of the air control that we have in Outcast is a uniform amount. Okay? What that means is that there's one optimal turn rate for moving your mouse and the camera, and geez, how can I boil this down to be very, very simple? I can't really. So there's one optimal turn rate with a mouse. And so if you change directions in the middle of the air, you actually end up taking a little bit of time before you start building speed again. So what I want you to do is just stare at the number down below, okay? And you're gonna notice that it's going to pause when I change directions. Right, you're gonna notice, oh, there it paused at 461, they're at 333, they're at 483 for a small portion of time. And that is because of something known as your angle of momentum, which I'm not gonna go into great detail about. So basically, in Outcast, it is optimal for building speed to never change the direction that you end up force jumping unless you change directions when you hit the ground. That is the quote-unquote only good time for building speed. However, as I mentioned with wave jumping, right, it takes us in a more straight and direct line as we are going through. The more direct path you have, the less distance you have to travel, therefore, the less amount of time it takes to be able to get from point A to point B, okay? And so with this, really a lot of Outcast is really having both wave jumps where we do change directions as we're going through with strafe jumps, as well as trying to utilize that optimal speed we can build from having a nice smooth turn in a single direction and not changing turning directions until we hit the ground. Okay? So, as a quick recap, when is it good to change directions in a force jump to be able to take a more direct path? Right at the beginning of the jump, right when you leave the ground, or at the zenith of your force jump, right before you hit the zenith of the force jump, okay? Those are the two best times to be able to change directions as you're going through, okay? And then if you end up changing directions a lot, well, now that speed building is paused and you are no longer building any speed with force jumping. So just be aware that changing angles a ton in the middle of the air is bad and is a mistake that I see a good number of beginner runners doing. Cool. Okay. So off of this, how is it optimal to start your jump chains in Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast? Well, there is something very weird about this game, and it is you want to start walking to have your speed set to 250, and then you want to do a nice smooth turn in a single direction, okay? And for whatever reason, if you're going from walking to that first jump, it builds more speed than at any other time in a strafe jump chain. It's just very bizarre. That first jump off of the ground builds you the most speed. So utilizing a single turn with that, even if it's just for a hop or a short force jump, is actually optimal for building speed in Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. It's very, very bizarre. I had to science all of this stuff out way back in the day. So just know that the first jump off your ground is going to build you the most speed in a jump chain, okay? So once again, walk and then start your jump. And this can be walking for a fraction of a second, right? And then I snap my camera, right? If I want to go directly towards this pillar, well, my first jump should be almost at a right angle to that so that I make that direct progress, okay? Whereas if I'm looking at the pillar and I start my first jump, oh no, I'm now moving away from the pillar. So snap the camera over and then jump to the pillar, okay? Cool. So the next advanced thing to talk about, to just be aware of, is something known as angle snapping, okay? So as I'm jumping through, as I mentioned, when you change directions in the middle of the air, you'll notice the speedometer end up pausing, and you actually won't end up building any speed whatsoever. However, if I actually snap my camera over, right? So if I want to now go from a force jump from turning to the right to a force jump turning to the left, I snap my camera to the left and then start doing a smooth turn, okay? Right? And that will actually cause you to end up building more speed. Let's see if I can do one where I'm not angles. It's so hard for me to just not angle snap through muscle memory. So there I built about 730 speed compared to, right? And the same number of jumps going up to 770 speed. So angle snapping does actually matter, and it's because of something known as your angle of momentum. So what is angle of momentum? Well, if I do a force jump and then let go of all the keys on my keyboard and on my mouse, it is the direction that you float through space. So if you force jump to the left and you let go of your keys, you'll notice that my camera is looking over here, but I'm actually floating over here towards this pillar. So angle snapping brings you back over to the other side and then allows you to convert your angle of momentum sooner and faster, allowing you to build more speed. So once again, this is an advanced movement technique. Don't worry about it too much, but just be aware that it exists. Yeah, physics. Cool. Okay, the last advanced movement technique I believe that I want to talk about before we end up going to a break is going to be known as, yeah, let's do it, jump canceling, okay? So every single time you jump, oh no, I have two more things to explain, I apologize. Every single time
you lied to me.
I'm sorry, Church. I'm sorry. So every single time you jump off the ground, and if you have force jump, the game will actually draw an invisible ceiling above your head, which I refer to, and a number of other speedrunners of this game and Academy refer to as the invisible buffer ceiling or the invisible buffer zone. or just the buffer zone for short, or the buffer zone. So when I jump, watch how fast, like you're gonna notice that I bop my head against the ceiling. Ready? Bop, right? And so I whack my head against the visible ceiling again, bop, right? Bop. So I start falling down sooner, okay? If you actually release the jump before you hit the invisible ceiling, you'll notice that, I slow my ascent, and then I slowly start to descend, right? So, and this can happen at any point in the force jump as long as you don't hit the invisible ceiling. And this is known as a jump cancel. Why is this important? Well, if you hit the invisible ceiling, bah, you'll actually end up building downward velocity sooner, okay? And so what that means is that you spend less time in the air. Less time you spend in the air, the less distance you'll be able to travel from a strafe jump. So when do you force jump? Well, when do you do a jump cancel? Really at the end of a jump, where you want to persist in the air for as long as possible, okay? And so you'll notice with these, I end up having a lot more floatiness. It's a little bit more obvious to if I do it on force jump level 1. So this is useful in a couple of sequence break, but if you come from Speedrunning Academy, what I will say about jump canceling is it is more difficult in order to get positive returns from it, and it is less important in the speedrun overall itself. Only when you're doing a few sort of jump chains at the highest level of gameplay does jump canceling actually end up mattering. Cool. But it is going to be useful in the beginner's tutorial in, I believe, a single sequence break. Okay? So just be aware that jump canceling is a thing, right? Whereas if I hold down force jump for the full duration, right, you'll notice that I just repeatedly am bumping my head against that invisible ceiling. But if I just let go, you'll notice that it's a much smoother camera experience and is going to allow me to stay in the air for longer. Great. Okay. So one more thing to actually talk about. We are going to talk about a pull jump. So first, set force jump to 2, because that is the force value for 1, if not 2, sequence breaks that utilize these pull jumps. And then we are going to NPC spawn a stormtrooper. NPC spawn. Why couldn't you spawn? There we go. Oh, there we go. It's probably because it was all caps. So here, if I set force all to 2, that will also include force pull. So what a pull jump is if I jump, as I mentioned, whenever you jump off of the ground, the game will draw an invisible ceiling based on your force jump level. Higher the force jump level, the higher the invisible ceiling is, okay? However, if I end up jumping off of something, then it redraws that ceiling, right? So if I jump on this box here, right, I now can jump really, really high, right? I almost got up to that ceiling portion, right? And here, boom, I got really, really high. Whereas, oh no, I can't jump that high, right? This also works with jumping off floating corpses, okay? So if we utilize an ability called force pull, what it will actually end up doing is pulling the enemy towards us, right? You see that? How it force pull pulls the enemy. This also works with being in the air, all right? So now I can actually end up, here, let's fall over. I can actually end up jumping, really, really high, right? So I basically create a temporary platform for me to just jump off, thus extending the maximum height that I can actually end up doing. And this is used for a very, very powerful out of bounds sequence break that we do in the Bespin area. Awesome. So just be aware that this is a thing, right? And so the key points of doing a pull jump is, 1, don't allow the enemy to be moving when you pull him up into the air. If he actually ends up walking in the air, he'll actually end up not coming back to you because he's fighting against that pull because he was already walking away from us, okay? So just make sure the enemy is prone when you end up pulling. So pull, force pull, and then it makes that a lot easier to do. The second thing that really helps with nailing these is 2 things. 1, do not be standing directly next to the enemy because then the pull will just not happen. You need to be standing a little bit away from the enemy, right? To make this a lot easier. And then I like to be floating a little bit forward, and that makes them a lot easier. Then the Then the third and final and probably most important thing about nailing a pull jump is you want to be starting to fall down before you activate the force pull in the air, right? So if you force pull while you're going up, the enemy will start falling as you start falling, and then you won't be able to land on them. So just make sure that you're falling for just a little bit to be able to have the enemy be coming up as you're falling down to land on them. And so the timing on that, once again, is right after you start falling downwards is the time to end up force pulling them. Cool, great. All right. I think that's about it. Great. All right. Yes. Yeah, I think that's good. There's a few other like tech-based things, but they are really area-specific. So we'll just sort of gloss over them when we get to those areas. So that being said, this is going to do it, closing out for the general mechanics, some advanced mechanics and stuff, as well as the setup portions for the tutorial. And then up next for the next about like hour and a half to 2 hours, we will actually just go ahead and go in and do a deep dive on each of the levels and go through with the beginner's route that I have come up with. Cool, good stuff.
For the record, it's great. You're doing great. You've been incredibly informative. Before we get into that, though, I think now would be a nice time to take a quick break, give you a little bit of a chance to breathe, because I don't know that I've seen you take a drink of water in the past hour and or hour and 3 minutes. So,
what even is breathing, Church?
Your ability to like turn off your need to breathe and drink water while you're talking astounds me. Like, this is a skill you've picked up, and it's impressive, and I admire you for it.
Thank you. It's my superpower.
That's your Jedi Force power.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So, like I said, I'm going to take a quick break, so everybody can get up, stretch. Covert doesn't dehydrate himself during the time. Before we go to our quick break, just a few quick reminders. If you like any of the content, if you like hearing Muffins talk about a game he's super passionate about, if you like being taught games, if you like TFS Before Us, or any of our other weekly shows, if you could consider either a sub, a gift sub, or a Prime Gaming sub, or your bits, they all really do help support our hotfix content, and it helps us keep these shows running. We have daily content pretty much every day, all weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern, so it really does help us keep these shows rolling. We do also have a Games Done Quick Highlight channel now. It's called Games Done Quick Highlight. And that features just highlights of our various GDQ hotfix shows. You can use exclamation highlights in chat to learn more about that. With that said, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you in just a few minutes here for more Jedi. Star Wars Jedi Knight. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are in the middle of learning Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. I guess technically we haven't started learning the levels, but we have learned a lot of the mechanics and the setup for the run. I'm joined by Covert Muffin. How are you doing, Covert?
I'm doing great. I'm once again, thank you so much for having me do this. Something I do want to stress is that we talked about a lot of like physics and like really intense things that are not going to really like compartmentalize within your brain when you start trying out strafe jumping, especially if you haven't come from like a source speedrunning game or Jedi Knight Academy before. And what I really want to stress is that a lot of these are just things to just be aware of, that this is how strafe jumping actually functions. And then just focus on like doing whatever you can and have fun. And this route in particular is not going to require too many like really big strafe jump chains to be able to start and finish a run, which I think is really, really awesome and really amazing. It's how Sajiki and then I also helped out with like thinking about the routing and planning out the routing for the Jedi Knight Academy beginner's tutorial. But really the goal is to give you a route that allows you to play around with strafe jump mechanics and get more and more comfortable as it. But really, just to have something that allows you to start and finish a run without having to reset a metric bunch ton of times from doing really advanced stuff. There are a few more sort of like places that can be bottlenecks for beginner runners. But don't worry, I will definitely be breaking those down with various different types of sequence breaks to do them. But yeah, before I actually suggest to people for starting to do the actual speedrun itself, is literally to load into this level, Yavin Temple, set your force jump to level 1 using the cheats menu. So once again, that is help us OB1, set that to 1, and then set force jump to 1, and just play around with strafe jumping around and jumping on boxes and stuff, right? Really, at the end of the day, the only way you can learn and improve at a speedrun is by playing the game more. That's literally it. There's no way to get better at playing a game if you don't play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go on, Church, go on.
This is kind of the thing that I try to reinforce every episode is the only way you're going to get better at doing strats and just running the game is by doing the run. You don't necessarily, especially when you're starting out, you don't have to worry about, oh, I missed this trick 4 times in a row. Just go for it. Doesn't matter. Finish the run.
Yeah, exactly. And so it is it feels really good to get a lot of sequence breaks first try and stuff like that, but that's not critical to finishing a run. And if you just do more no reset runs, you'll just notice that naturally you end up improving your time on average in the game, right? And this is true for every single person, even if they don't consider themselves a speedrunner, right? So if you play a game through blind the first time, and then you do a second playthrough of the game, in that second playthrough, irregardless of whether you're trying to go fast or not, you'll just notice that you finish the same things a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficiently, have a little bit more consistency with this boss fight, with that boss fight, because you know how they act, right, in that second playthrough. Congratulations. So if you finish your second playthrough of a game, you now have a personal best. And it is literally that simple. So for me, I always try and say this and advocate for this. It takes very little to become a speedrunner. It's just simply playing a game twice. And then, of course, if you want to have that added constraint to really push yourself to improve, having that timer to be able to have you focus on learning and improving to go faster. Yeah. So with that, what I would suggest, and something I do every single day that I speedrun this game, is I will spend 5 to 15 to 30 minutes literally just jumping around in this area, right? And I can try and go through this narrow quarter on the boxes. I can try and jump on that X-Wing's nose, right? I can try and land on that droid, which I just barely missed, right? So you can set up all these fun little parkour challenges as you're going through, all the while really thinking of strafe jumping. So right before we go into the first level, there are 2 things I want you to think about when you're strafe jumping, especially if you are unfamiliar with this tech. 1, always be turning, okay? Always have that mouse turning, okay? If you want to go in a straight line, change directions. Go 1 to the right, 1 to the left, 1 to the right, 1 to the left, okay? So but make sure that you're always moving that mouse. If you're not moving that mouse, look at that. I am not building any speed. So a lot of the time I'll see newer runners pause because they realize they need to land in a specific spot so that they will not end up building speed. So just always be turning that mouse as you're going through, right? Okay. And then the second thing that is really important is don't change your angle too many times as you're going through the air. So don't go back and forth like this. There's some really funny task video where, just if you're photosensitive or get motion sickness, just maybe look away from the screen for a second, okay? Just as a forewarning, you'll see the task just go like this, right? It'll just be going like this, and that builds optimal speed. But don't do that as a human. That does not end up building more speed. So really only try to change directions once or maybe twice as you're going through with higher level force jumps as you're going through. And this is really king for being able to build up good speed. Cool. Okay. But let's go ahead and jump into the levels themselves. But yeah, I highly suggest just picking a level. Yavin Temple is my favorite level to play around with, and just play around with the movement itself. Just play around with it, experiment with strafe jumping, see what feels good, see what feels weird, and maybe just try and iron those out and think about those 2 things that I just said. always be turning. Don't change your looking direction too many times within the air. Great. Okay, but coming into catch and post, right from the get-go, we're not going to have any force powers for the first number of missions. We're not going to have a lightsaber. Okay, so there are two things to do right at the beginning of catch and post. Either we're going to go up here, or we're going to go around the shuttle. The faster way is to go up here. And the way you do it is you build speed, and then you slide up the edge of this mountain, right? We can't actually walk on this mountain, right? Because the slope is too steep. However, if we start a jump chain like this, and then crouch just for a little bit of safety, we can get up here. And I suggest doing this. This is, I feel like, actually a lot easier to do optimally than jumping around the shuttle like this, okay? But don't worry if you're having trouble with that jump chain. So the trick with this jump chain to get up here is to not be building too much speed. So if I build more optimal speed, you'll notice that I actually like run into the wall, right? Right there, right? So you want to land really close to the wall, but like it takes very, very little speed, right? So if I just build even just a teeny tiny little bit of extra speed, you notice I could still slide up to it. So really it's the landing position is the thing that matters, which is right about here on the wall, and that allows you to slide up it, okay? Cool, okay. So if we get up here, the next important thing is that you want to aggro this Imperial officer, because if Jan ends up taking a death, then you will end up failing the mission. So what you do for this is, oops, I built too much speed there. So we come over here, we slide up, we land here, quick save, and fire anywhere around here, okay? Doesn't matter, but just anywhere around here, okay? And then quick save the game and start a strafe jump chain to the right, okay? Oh no, I hit that stormtrooper. That is totally okay if that happens. You can still make this jump, right? So this is the first major sequence break in the run where we jump from there and we land on this thing over here, okay? So once again, but maybe with a full jump chain here. Boom, we get over, right? So the more speed you have, the easier this is to do, but sometimes you can get a little bit trolled if they start moving over, right? But the goal is to get over to this rock. And what I will say is that it is a little bit tricky if you don't have enough speed, but it is still possible to do it in a chain of 3 strafe jumps, okay? Okay, so we jump down here and land over here. Next, the second fastest method to do to progress in the mission is to do another sequence break by hitting this wall and crouching and landing in this tiny little window. This is a very, very difficult jump for beginners, okay? And the funny thing about this jump here is it only saves about 4 seconds, okay? So if you're having a really hard time with this jump, the 2 keys to this is land slightly to the right of where you want to crouch and land. Right there, I was lined up with the middle portion, so I slid up a little bit further on the window, right? Because I still had to fall downwards a little bit. There, I did that again. So go further to the right than you think you should, and then make sure you're holding crouch as you're falling down, okay? And then that's it, that's it. I've just done this a million times, so I'm making it look easy. It is not easy. It is a very, very tight jump, okay? All right, but if you don't want to do that, no problem. You literally jump over here until this bridge breaks, right, on the inside, and then this hole opens up here, bypassing having to do that sequence break altogether. Major thanks to Alnak, who pointed that out to me the other day. All right, and then this allows us to like skip 2/3 of the mission, right? Because at the very end of the mission, you're supposed to like be going around and getting codes for the end portion of the mission, but because we're speedrunners, we just have the code memorized, okay? So hit this switch here, which is going to allow you to press the code, and then hit this switch here, which is going to cause a bridge. And then in third person, you want to fall, hold crouch, and hold forward, which will cause you to roll. Then standing here, the code is going to go as follows. 1, 3, or 0, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, and that's it. Then you activate those 3 switches and go over and exit the mission, okay? Something really cool you can actually do is stand at really specific spots in between these, and it's easier to aim in first person, and then you can actually press 2 switches at the same time, okay? So you do 1 double switch there, And then you can do 2 double presses there if you want. And then ideally a double on both of them. Then after you do that, just go ahead and go into third person and try and roll through the door. Then there, during the load screen, you can actually switch between first and third person, which down below you can see in the no board layout is going to be tab for my hotkey. So you don't have to actually wait until you're in mission to change either between first and third person. So here it's usually advised to be in first person because the aiming on the cursor can be very, very weird, and we need to kill an Imperial officer in order to be able to get a security key to press a button to open a door. Okay, so here, hold down the alternate fire to charge it up, okay? And then jump through and kill the Imperial officer. Then press that button and strafe jump through here, or you can just simply walk through if you're having trouble strafe jumping, and then hit this left switch here. Next, we're going to try and do a very difficult jump here to land right here on this thing. Then we can jump up and continue through. If you're struggling with this jump, another setup for it is literally to walk on this slope and then do a strafe jump over. But this can be tricky because you can get something known as a quick step, where if you go from a slightly lower to a slightly higher ledge, it will eat your jump input and cause you to not jump, and then have you fall subsequently. Then if you just don't want to do this jump chain for now, you can walk up here, crouch, save the game, walk into this thing and hold A or D and do it on the right side, and then just walk over that, right? So it is very tricky to do that jump chain to get over to that spot. If you're struggling with it, no worries, just crouch and walk around it, right? Next, here there is a jump chain like this to be able to get across and land here to break this box. However, this jump chain can be very tricky to do. So what I suggest doing is strafe jumping to about here and then walking to this ledge and just jumping over. Okay, so if you're having troubles doing this full jump chain here, like I did there, don't bother, right? Just like jump through here, walk, and then do a single jump to get over. Then break that box, come over here, and if you are not at 100 health, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, I'm at 87, you can just come over and grab this medkit for safety. Then this droid here can be like right here in front of you. If that happens, just walk back over here and then jump down. But if the droid gives you good RNG, then you can just jump down here immediately. Then coming through here, it is a little bit faster to just spam jump and like do strafe jumps through that hallway. And we can continue through. Then this Imperial officer drops the security key. Go ahead and take him down. We're using the alternate fire on the E11 blaster rifle because it is a little bit quicker to do so. So up here is going to be an area where we have a sequence break where we're going to do something known as dialogue skipping by using quick save and quick load. This also works with sound stop, but quick save and quick load's a little bit easier for this trick in particular. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk up, stand here, quick save, and then quick load, and then just walk through. Because normally the stormtroopers are like arming this, and then the door unlocks and opens after they are armed, but simply just quick saving and quick loading and holding forward through that load period allows us to get through. So here it's important that you make sure you're above, I want to say like roughly 25 to 30 health. If you end up having a bad spot where you can't get through the trip mine, like if you're standing too far to the right or standing too far to the left, then what you can do is just back off, destroy the trip mine, and continue through. But just being on high health in this section gives you some really nice safety for the rest of the mission. Then what I suggest doing is just killing this Imperial officer if you're worried about taking damage, and then we can continue through. But the fastest iteration of this movement, which I'll just show, is coming over, destroying that box, and then jumping through here, activating the switch, crouch climbing that, and then jumping through and like rolling on these stormtroopers' heads if they're in your way. Okay, but as a beginner, what I suggest doing is just going ahead, like taking down this Imperial officer, and then you can crouch climb up to these boxes here and jump through. And then if any stormtroopers jump and get in your way, just jump and hold crouch and forward, and you'll end up rolling over their heads. Then after activating these switches, we'll hide for a second and wait for this door to open. After activating both of those switches, it is a timed event that can't be sped up, okay? So here, it's very important that you have at least 3 to 4 health. If you do not have 3 to 4 health, then you need to restart the mission, which is bad, which most likely means you're going to reset. So if you have 1 or 2 health, then just reset the run. But if you have between 3 and 24 health, what you can do is grab this med kit here, which will heal you for 20. But if you have more than 23 health, what you can do is you can just walk in here and grab this. And this is actually like expected to be done in the casual playthrough of the game itself. Then that allows you to open up this switch, which switches can be really weird. So if you're pressing use and it's not opening, just like back off a little bit, maybe look around a little bit in order to activate the switch. Then grab this Bacta, which is a 25 health hit point healing device that we're going to be using, and press use to grab this mouse droid. Next, what I'm going to say is that we're going to use the use bind, which is E and no board down below, to activate this switch. And so you can actually activate these switches from really far away, right? Like I am very far from this switch and it still ended up working. If for whatever reason you accidentally go too far like this, notice that A and D, the sidestep/strafe keys, don't actually end up working. So just back up a little bit, then you use, and then you continue through, okay? So there, I'm just rapidly pressing E as I'm coming to the button, and then pressing space bar or jump, so like my space bar is my jump bind, will end up causing you to exit the mouse droid. Cool. So now with the poison gas disabled and this door unlocked, we are able to exit the mission. And what I suggest doing at this point is switching to third person, because that's what I like to do. But once again, going between first and third person for movement-based missions in the speed game is totally player preference. I came from speedrunning Jedi Knight Academy, where we run in third person for the majority of the speedrun, so I'm just more comfortable doing jump chains in third person. But then we can use the use bind to be able to skip these cutscenes, which there will be 3 of them. And here, right in this mission, what I will tell you is that we are now on a global timer. So global timer means that there is a cycle in the mission that we are trying to hit by a certain amount of in-game time. So here you'll notice that there is an in-game timer right here. So 25, 26, 27, 28. And there's a specific, very specific timestamp that is always the same, which makes it a global cycle, where a shuttle is going to spawn that we're going to try and climb on, sequence breaking about 30 plus seconds within the mission. So there's a few things that we can do ahead of time if we're really good with our movement, which I'm going to point out, which costs us no time, because if we get to the shuttle before it arrives, it doesn't matter. We have to wait the same amount of time anyway. It's an auto scroller from the global cycle, so we can't save time, right? So we can grab up some extra items, some extra health, safety health in this mission. For the beginner route, we're going to always pick up 2 safety health things that I would suggest. But for the advanced route, which I'm going to show off, we are going to do 2 additional items at the very most. So here, right at the start of the mission, just go ahead for the advanced route and start a jump chain. And jumping down here, landing there so we take no fall damage. Grabbing this Wookiee bowcaster, which is going to be utilized on the next mission. Then grabbing this health, and then we will go through and do a nice little sequence break here, which I was able to get, okay? So that jump there is the difficult portion of the mission. However, what I will say is that grabbing this bowcaster only saves 1 to 2 seconds, and it makes getting to the shuttle a lot more difficult. So for a beginner route, what I would advise doing is coming through here, like the same way, falling down here, grabbing this kit, look here, save the game, and then go through this jump chain, okay? So this jump is the first incredibly difficult portion of the run, I think, for newer runners. So for my setup, I get right here besides these boxes, and I look directly across this way, right? So I look at sort of this right angle spot, and I'm looking directly across, and I jump to the left twice, and then I jump to the right 2 to 3 times, and then I jump across, okay? So the key portions of this jump are actually not necessarily that important for building a lot of speed. The most important thing is that your position is as close to the edge of this ledge as possible in order to shorten the distance it takes to cross to land over here. Okay? So shorter distance, easier jump, right? Oops. So here, what we can do for that is we can actually end up jumping up to this higher ground. We can start closer to it and jump onto the higher ground, right? Just like that to get over. Or we can actually end up building more speed by having some really nice jumps, taking a slightly longer distance, and then coming over and landing on the spot. Okay? Then immediately after you land over there, we're going to jump through, come through this door, attack this, grab these Bactas, and I quick saved the game there. So after you get across the jump, go ahead and quick save the game at some point. Then through here, we're just going to strafe jump through this section, grab these trip mines because it's going to speed up the mission, and then wait for this to start flashing red. After it starts flashing red, the shuttle is close, and then when it stops flashing red, the door is going to open up moments later, and we will crouch climb up to this. Okay? Right, so jump and crouch, building us a little bit of height, and then we're able to get up. Then if you want to be a super fancy speedrunner, I use these white dots here for my initial position, and you'll be able to count 1, 2, 3 dots up. And so I just have it positioned on 3 dots up, and then you can do a jump chain over like this to be able to sequence break, having to wait for the cart to turn around. If this jump is a little bit too difficult for you, no worries. All you have to do is like sit here for an additional like 5 seconds and wait for the cart to round the corner. Okay, so no problem if that jump is a little too hard. And now we enter cave movement, okay? So a lot of the caves have really roundabout passages, and there is one correct path. So in this first bifurcation, which basically means there's 2 paths you can take, we are going to go to the right. So first go to the right, and then we're going to go to the right again, getting past these cave bugs, right? So left is bad, right is good there. And then here we're going to go to the right, because it's a little bit quicker, and then go to the left at the very end, because it's the shortest path. Don't worry if you end up picking a wrong direction. It just means you're going to like travel in a circle in some portions, or take a slightly longer route. Okay. Then coming through here, kill those cave bugs, switch to third person, because if we end up holding crouch and forward, we can actually roll on the ground. And rolling on the ground from a fall will actually mitigate some, if not all, of your fall damage. If I don't roll, it'll actually end up dealing over half of my health, right? But just rolling, I can cut that in half. Then jumping through here, we're just gonna walk and come into this room, take out this stormtrooper, and wait for this elevator. Okay? Then we can just jump up here like this, grab this medkit for a little bit of safety, switch to trip mines, save the game, jump down, 1 trip mine, 2 trip mine, 3 trip mines, all in the alternate fire. Okay? Then go ahead and kill any of the remaining officers. Okay? There I used one of my Bacta tanks because you can only hold up to 5 Bacta tanks. So if you try and collect another Bacta tank, it just won't go into your inventory. So here I can just heal the Bacta tank for no time loss. And then lay down those trip mines using the alternate fire in order to kill off that list of enemies. And then there, if one of the Imperial officers lives, you can kill him. And that stormtrooper in the back is not required. So if you did not actually end up killing all of the enemies, you just won't be able to press the switch and progress the mission. Okay, so pressing the switch will start a cutscene, and then you can skip the cutscene using use.
Quick question about quick saving. If you quick save like in the middle of a jump, does it keep your momentum through that save? Like if you were to quick load?
Yes, it does.
Awesome.
There's going to be some. We probably should have talked about this in the mechanics video. Quick saving, quick loading in particular, does some really, really bizarre things, which is great. This is actually a great time for this question because there is a sequence break where we're going to use this weird period of quick loading. So for reasons I'm not going to go into details about, which are very bizarre with how the game actually ends up working, when you quick load, it actually allows you to like redirect your angle of momentum very bizarrely. So like if you do it in the middle of a jump chain, for instance, so if I just start a jump chain here like this and I quick save, the quick load period is gonna make it actually pretty difficult to be able to start the jump chain over again. So usually it's advised that you end up quick saving before you start a jump chain. But if I just hold another direction, it actually allows me to just slightly redirect my angle of momentum. So if you're like trying to land on that on like a box or something, and you're just like slightly too far to the right, you can actually just too far to the left, you can actually just hold right and it will shove you in the air in that direction. So quick load in this game is just very, very bizarre. So usually for a jump chain, you can quick save at specific portions. I do for safety in 2 that I can count, but it is very not advised, especially for beginners. When you're going and doing runs, the better place to quick save is before you start a jump chain. Cool. Great question, though. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to back up to where we start. So here, after you get control, after that cutscene, after activating the switch, we are going to do a jump chain. And so the first strat is to do a jump chain through here in order to build enough speed to catch this elevator before it falls down. Because you'll notice that stormtroopers end up spawning on the elevator. And then we come around here to the right, come through this room, and then the exit of the level is in that door. However, what we actually can end up doing, which is easier, I think, and also faster, is we can come over here, crouch climb up this ledge, and then come up here to the very, very edge of this lip, okay? So here, this wall is, as explosion causes my screen to shake, sorry, is going to be a ledge that is too steep for us to walk up. But you'll notice that I have some like floaty movement going on as I like walk up this ledge. So if we actually end up quick saving at the edge of that ledge and hold forward, it actually allows us to use that weird quick load buffer period that we can use to shove ourselves in a different direction in the air to build even more speed, to shove ourselves up this slope that we can't walk on, building us just enough height to be able to land on this thing. So once again, the order is to quick load while you're standing right next to this lip in this specific spot, look forward into the ledge, and then press and hold W, and then press A right after the game quick loads. It's important that you do not press A before the game finishes loading, because once again, the quick load period is very, very bizarre. So if you're struggling with this trick, feel free to do the jump chain to catch the elevator earlier, or just wait for the stormtroopers to spawn and then bring the elevator back down. No worries. But this method, I think, is definitely very beginners friendly. And if you mess up your positioning, no worries. Just reset up and then quick save again and try the trick again. Cool. All right. Then jumping through here, I suggest walking at this point. Don't hold a full jump chain through here. Open the door, single jump, and walk into this, okay? It's very bizarre where if you land on the cave bug, you'll actually jump up, and you'll notice I can't fall back down into that spot. You have to actually literally walk into this. And then you activate the tram, which ends up bringing us through. Cool. Ending the mission. All right. So coming through here, just go ahead and kill that stormtrooper there. Stormtroopers and other enemies end up taking more damage when you shoot them in the kneecaps for whatever reason, which is something we call Skyrim strats, which has like the same damage as a headshot, but it's a much, much larger hitbox, and the torso cannot stop that shot going to the knees like it can going up to the head. So just remember to aim into stormtroopers' kneecaps and other enemies. Then jump up here, come over, activate the switch, jump over, and then you can either go down to the right, which is a little bit slower but easier, or you can fall down to the left. Then go ahead and kneecap that stormtrooper as well, and walk to this line here, which is in the halfway portion of this pillar, which will cause this door here to open. Okay? So kill that stormtrooper, walk here, you'll hear the door open, and then kill this stormtrooper and jump through. So here, if you did not get the bowcaster in the previous level, go ahead and pick that up now. Go ahead and pick that up now. Then come over here to grab these trip mines and these det packs for a little bit of safety, and start your jump chain through here if you can. Whoops, I got a quick step, which ate my jump chain. Then what I'll say is that these stairs here, the faster you're moving through, the faster you need to press your jump button to continue the jump chain through. So it's a very, very, very bizarre sort of timing press, right? It's not a single rhythm. It's not bop, 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 like on a metronome. It's like bop, 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 bop. Right? So the faster you're going horizontally, the faster you need to press the jump key in order to continue to maintain your speed up the stairs. But don't worry if you end up like losing your speed. Just reset up another jump, right? So if oh no, I lost all my speed, just reset another jump, look to the left, jump to the right with that nice smooth turn on the first jump, and then continue to strafe jump up the stairs. Then if you lost any health, go ahead and grab these safety medkits. Swap to the bowcaster here, which I did by scrolling down. Then just go ahead and quick save, right? Go ahead and quick save at each of the starts of these stairs. Next, grab these trip mines here in this health kit if you need it for a little bit of safety. Reduces RNG in the run by a little bit. Then just go ahead and jump up these stairs. Grab these shield packs here for getting 50 shields, which is going to decrease the amount of damage we take to our health from enemy fire. Just always feel free to grab safety health. Then if stormtroopers get in your way, go ahead and kneecap them, pull out the trip mines, alternate fire, and then press this switch. So the reason why we do this is we lay down that trip mine is because skipping cutscenes doesn't actually skip time. It doesn't skip ahead to time, right? Instead, what it does is it greatly increases the time scale of the game and rapidly goes through it. And so that means enemy NPCs, that's right, they're moving at every single moment while you're skipping that cutscene at a very, very fast rate. So we have no idea where the enemies are going to be at every single time we skip a cutscene. So laying down an alternate fire trip mine there is going to be, which is my right mouse button, is going to lay a proximity mine at my feet, which if it explodes, I don't take any damage, but you better bet your biscuits, those Imperials will take damage, dying in a fiery explosion of death. And so that just ensures that when you come out of that cutscene, grand majority of the time, nothing's going to be boxing you, getting in your way when we want to go to our next destination. Cool. Okay. Then we activate the switch, skip the cutscene, and start our jump chain back down these stairs, going through this door to the right. Then coming through here, this is a pretty tricky movement section. And then we hit this sort of cutscene event. So here what we can do is we can either press sound stop or quick save and quick load in order to skip dialogue. Here what I want you to do while you're waiting for this cutscene to end is look at your health. If it is less than 100, use a bacta to fully heal up. Okay? We want to be on 100 health for an upcoming section. Then if you used any bactas, just come over here and grab one or if not both of those bactas for safety. It costs like 2 seconds and guarantees that you can get through some future sections. Then coming through this tunnel, I made that look a lot easier than it is. Go through that door, come into this tunnel. 99 health, I believe, is still okay. 99. You want to be on 98 health or more. Okay. So coming down here, we're going to actually skip having to activate the wind tunnels here and slowly fall down. Instead, what we're going to do is quick save the game, fall down to this first lever, and then heal and quick save the game here. Then you have two options. Either we can do a very easy and very safe method, which is going to be looking directly into this wall, holding back pedal, which is S, then holding forward when we land, heal, going back, heal, going forward, heal, and just making sure that we're going to 80 plus health on each of these, and then fall down and continue through. Or you can switch to third person, look right about here, quick save the game, hold forward, and crouch, which will cause you to roll through this tunnel. This is a very, very precise setup in order to do this, and kind of unforgiving, okay? So once again, this is just what my camera looks at 90 FOV when I go for this setup. And then I just hold W and forward, and I roll every single time, leaving me with 2 health, and then I pop 2 bactas to heal up to 50. Cool. So whatever is going to be easiest for you. The second method is a little bit faster as I accidentally shoot myself in the face. And that is totally okay. So coming in here is another cave section. The first way we want to go is to the left. So go to the left like I did there. and then to the left again with a very sharp and drastic turn, almost a full 180, right? To continue to go up. And then, whoops, you want to go to the right because there's no cave bugs on the right. But both, it's not any faster or slower, whichever way you go there. And then to the left here, which is faster, it's a shorter distance. Whoops. And then just try and move through these caves the best you can. And then once again to the left. So the first cave movement was like pretty much going to the right every single time. For this cave movement, it's going to the left. Next, this is going to be an excellent place where there is going to be a bajillion Bactas. There's going to be ways to go all the way up to full armor. And what I suggest doing is healing all the way as much as you can with your Bactas, and then grabbing these two armor things here. So use all of your Bactas the way you can. Grab these armor, and then you can come over here, and there are 3 Bacta tanks there. Then drop an alt fire trip mine there. Drop an alt mine trip mine there to kill those stormtroopers. Then if there's this cave bug here, just go ahead and shoot him with the bowcaster. Switch back to trip mines. And then drop 1 alt fire trip mine there, 1 det pack primary fire there. Activate the alt fire on the det pack, which is a remote mine, to destroy it before you enter this door. It's important that you explode those guys before you enter the door. If you end up doing this after you enter the door, the enemies can aggro onto you while we go into this hostage situation as we take an Imperial officer hostage. So just be aware that you want to kill those enemies before you enter this door here. Then go ahead and quick save and quick load, or use sound stop to skip the dialogue. And then we're going to come over here and grab these 2 Bacta canisters for 0 time loss. But if we ended up entering the door and then exploding that det pack, this stormtrooper most likely would have been shooting us. Then if you have 60 to 100 health, don't worry about using any more Bactas. There's going to be 2 med kits ahead, which cost us 0 time to be able to collect, okay? And then just make sure that you always have your mouse cursor trained on the Imperial officer, okay? Alternatively, something we can do for a little bit of safety is we can come over to here for the shield pylon and use the U's to be able to just recharge your shields, right? For a little bit of safety. Always feel free. Don't worry about skipping any sort of safety at all when you're starting out. Then here I'm crouching to turn invisible. Oh, I'm just kidding. They saw me. It must have been because the other Imperial officer. So if you actually end up getting trolled like this, go ahead and just kneecap the stormtroopers that are in the way of the Imperial officer. Then here I grabbed a medkit there for 0 time loss, all the while having my mouse cursor on the Imperial officer. Then go ahead, when the Imperial officer gets to this point, switch to det packs, and then grab this medkit here while you're looking at the Imperial officer. Then come over here into this corner right here, and then get ready. Make sure you have det packs out here before you quick save. Quick save and quick load to open this door sooner. Then use 2 det packs, whoops, to end up killing those cave bugs. Whoops. Let's try again. Okay. So there's a little bit of RNG with that cave bug. I just look back to the second cave bug here. If it's moving immediately, then I will actually end up exploding the second det pack a little bit sooner. Oh my goodness. I'm getting absolutely trolled. This is great. This is great that I'm getting trolled here, so I can show that off.
I mean, yeah, like, that's the benefit of getting trolled, is like you can show what happens when things don't go right?
Yeah, exactly. And so what I'll say, if you accidentally kill too many stormtroopers, you need to kill all of them. Because if you kill too many of the stormtroopers, they will end up firing, and you want to make sure that the Imperial officer doesn't take any damage. So if the Imperial officer took no damage here, what we can do is get the Imperial officer to reach this last checkpoint, and then the trigger for him to open up this door is right around here. And so we can actually, oh my god, we can actually end up helping him on his way. So if he rounds that last checkpoint, whoops, that trip mine was too close to him. We can end up perfect, exploding him to boost him into that spot where he starts his dialogue to activate the switch. And if you do this, he will actually end up standing up a little bit faster. So once again, that looks, oh no, he's a soccer player. Oh, he's gonna die. No, he's good. Yeah, beautiful. And then go ahead and either sound stop or quick save and quick loads to open up that door a little bit sooner. Cool, okay. So coming through here, come through this grate, holding crouch, and And then after you get into this tunnel, we can just continue to jump through and progress on. All right, detention. Or topside, excuse me. Last level is detention. So here, in Artist Topside, what we're going to do is come over to this turret. So you can either do a jump chain like that, you can end up running around to do a single jump like that, or if those jumps are a little too difficult for you, just jump around. It's like, it loses you a fraction of a second to do that. Then go ahead and just kill this ATST here. Great. And then start mowing down these stormtroopers. What I will say is that there is a really fascinating thing about this turret, which is that its health pool is separate from your own character's health pool. So what you can do for a little bit of speed is you can actually end up killing the first line of stormtroopers and then kill that ATST down below, which actually saves a little bit of time on average. Then go ahead and kill this ATST, and you'll notice that the mouse cursor turned to silver when the ATST was dead, but when I'm looking at an enemy with a turret, it is colored red. So I watch that cursor, and when I see it turn silver or white or clear, then I can just, instead of, is it dead? There's an explosion. I can just back out of the turret using the use bind, which is E on no board down below. And then you can go ahead and quick save. And then in either third person or first person, we are going to jump through here. Once again, whenever I go to third person, and the grand majority of times, it is completely optional. Then here, go ahead and use a Bacta. And here, I'm just going to showcase off this jump chain, which is incredibly difficult. There, I failed it. That's okay. Let's try it one more time. But you can actually continue a full strafe jump chain through this entire section, which looks more or less like this. But this is incredibly difficult to do. So what I suggest doing is quick saving before you start the jump chain, jumping here, and then jump up here to this turret platform here, and then continue doing a few more jumps, get to this next turret, quick save the game, and then do another jump chain to get through. The worst thing that can happen is you fall down and quick save the game. That is exactly what you do not want to have happen. Or fall down and, oh no, my last quick save was all the way back there at the elevator, right? So just stop here, quick save, and then continue through. And this will, on average, get you through. Then killing this ATST, and once again, watch that mouse cursor. Oh, turn clear, I am done. Okay? Then go ahead and just kneecap all of these stormtroopers and quick save the game. Here you want to check your health. Here I'm doing really good on health. I have 97, and so I can just fall down all the way down to this ground here. If your health is incredibly low, just go ahead, switch to third person, and roll here, causing you to take no fall damage. Okay? So if you cannot risk taking any fall damage, just do a roll there, and then fall down. Then look for this Imperial officer in a tan outfit to get the security key, and continue on through. But I have really good health, so I'm just going to fall down immediately, kill that Imperial officer for his key, which opens up this door, and continue through. Then safety health and armor here if you need it. Safety medkit here if you need it.
Cool. Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you change the keybinds for jumping to like scroll wheel so you can jump faster?
Yes, but it does not save any time. Because in this game, as we explained in the mechanics video, we have buffered jump inputs. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what jump is bound to because we don't need to worry about frame perfect bunny hopping. The game will just automatically do that for us if you are pressing and holding the jump bind while you are in the air. Boom. Yep, thank you. That's good to bring that up over and over again. Because for most like Source and Quake speedrunning, buffered jump inputs are not a thing. Then you can just kill those stormtroopers for a little bit of safety. Okay. Come through here. And then each of these anti-air cannons require 13 hits if you don't miss a shot. So you can just count those out. And then here is a Bacta if you're not full on it. I'm just going to go ahead and heal there so I can show something off in this final area. Then it's a little bit faster to not go into these rooms, especially that room which has a trip mine in it. So just going ahead and jumping around. You can take this individually as well by starting a new jump chain each time, which makes it a little bit simpler. Or you can actually just end up doing like a full jump chain to get through, which I'm doing a bad job because my first jump was not in a good spot. Then coming through here, save the game before coming into this room, and I look at my health. if I have 50 health, what I will end up doing is walking in the middle of the room into this last trip mine here, which will cause us to take 30 to 40 damage, right? So in the middle costs us to take 30, 40 damage. If you have less than that, if you only have 30 health or lower, then going to the right and taking damage from this trip mine will deal 20 damage. Then if you have like, I think it's 80 or more health, which I'm just gonna show this for the heck of it. So if I have 90 health, I go all the way to this trip mine and run into it, dealing like 60 to 70 damage to myself. But we have 50, whoops. Oh, this can happen. Yeah, sometimes the trip mine doesn't activate. And the goal is to have as low health as possible. Okay? Cool. And then just shoot this on, which causes you to die, which ends up causing you to successfully finish the mission. Then just go ahead and skip a bunch of cutscenes. For this cutscene here, when you skip this cutscene, do not be holding W, A, S, or D, okay? That is important. I'm going to repeat that. Do not hold W, A, S, or D when you skip that cutscene at the start of Yavin Temple. If you are holding those, you have a decent probability of soft locking the mission, because C-3PO would just start walking around in random directions, and you'll just be stuck there unable to move. But letting go of W, A, S, or D, and then just skipping that cutscene will guarantee that never happens. Okay? Boom. Next, I'm just going to actually set this really quickly. Don't worry about this. I'm just turning off the cheat menu. And then when C-3PO starts talking, just go ahead and skip the dialogue and move over to this elevator. Once again, doesn't matter if you're in third or first person, but just continue on through. And here you can do a really cute crouch climb to be able to start this jump a little bit sooner. But don't worry, that can be very tricky to do. And then here you can crouch climb to get up really quickly. So here, as I mentioned in the setup, make sure you have a bind set to vid restart. So once again, I'm just going to go over this again. I have it bound to my F9 key, but the command is vid restart. vid_restart. There we go. There we go. What this does is it refreshes the graphics setting, and doing this after we enter a cutscene allows us to enter it. We're going to be using this multiple times during the run, so just go ahead and do that. So walking into this cutscene here, activating vid restart is going to allow us to enter the cutscene, saving us a bit of time. Then, once you enter this cutscene, walk into this room to about the top of the stairs, and then come back out. If you don't do this down here when we fall through, this door will have a red light on top of it if you don't walk into the room, and this door will just not open. Cool. All right. So coming through here, we're going to go into the next mission, which is going to be Yavin Trial. So here, before you enter this hole and go and start Yavin Trial, save the game right here. So here, this is going to be a decision that you are going to need to make as a new runner to this game. In the next level, there is a run killer skip known as lightsaber skip, which is incredibly difficult. It's different than any other skip in the run, so there's not a lot of, wow, I'm really good at all these other sequence breaks, so lightsaber skip is easier. It really is its own unique monster, okay? And what lightsaber skip does is it allows us to skip about 1/3 of the level, saving us just over a minute. It's very close to about 1.5 minutes the last time I timed it out 4 years ago. So it may or may not save that much time. What I would advise to you, don't do lightsaber skip immediately when you go to do your initial runs as a beginner runner of this game. Instead, it's a sequence break for you to practice outside of doing runs, and eventually, once you get to that intermediate level in the speedrunning scene, then you can actually end up working into lightsaber skip into your route overall. The reason why I suggest leaving it out is it's very silly to do something that is incredibly risky, where you are not going to be saving the minute to 90 seconds in your initial runs, right? If you have to retry the skip 5, 6, 7, 8 times, you're losing that minute, okay? So even though we have quick save or quick load, each of those attempts costs 5 to 10 seconds. And that time loss adds up fast. So what you'll end up finding is that on average, you'll lose time for going for lightsaber skip compared to just not using it in your route. So once again, I would advocate for new runners, when you go to do your initial runs, do not do lightsaber skip. Just don't even do it. Don't do it. The reason why I'm bringing this up now is because if you do say, yes, I want to do lightsaber skip, you need to use the bind, which changes your SVFPS to 20, okay, before you enter the next mission. So this lower FPS number here in the top right corner of the game screen currently reads 125, and that is your SVFPS value. So even though I changed it to 20, the only time that it will actually change, thanks to Speed Outcast, is when you enter and progress to a different mission. So now that I've pressed the bind, you'll notice I'm on Yavin Temple. It is still reading 125, okay? But when I enter Yavin Trial and skip this cutscene, or I just enter the mission, you'll now notice that is reading 20. The reason why this is absolutely critical for lightsaber skip is that the easiest way for me for doing lightsaber skip is only possible when the setting for SVFPS is set to 20. If you have it set to 125, the setup will not work in the 95% of iterations of success you can get in lightsaber skip. So just be aware, And so if you come into this level, when you're doing lightsaber skip and you see, oh no, it's still reading 125, this is why we quick save before exiting the mission. You can just quick load back, hit that bind to set it to 20, and then enter the next mission, okay? For the beginner route that I would suggest, don't worry about it. Don't worry about changing your SVFPS there. Just leave it at 125. Just leave it at 125. Because if you're not doing lightsaber skip, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Cool, okay. But coming through here, we grab force push, and then this tile puzzle here, I'm just gonna reset the puzzle. When you enter, all the panels are on the right, and there is a numeric sequence to this every single time. So the second tile, the third tile, you wanna push, the fifth tile, and then the last tile is what you need to push in order to do it, right? So, whoops. Oh, that is not Yavin Trial, whoops. Okay, that's okay. So here, once again, I switch to first person, grab force push, and then come over for the first puzzle. So second, third, fifth, last. Cool. Then after a short period of time, that'll open, and then we grab force pull and continue on through. Alright. Then coming in here, what I would advise doing is skipping every other tile. You can skip every 2 tiles, actually, so you can actually pull the next tile in the iteration. So you have 2 tile gaps in between, and doing a precise strafe jump, then you can just skip over that. I suggest doing every other because it's a little bit faster for me, actually, on average, to do every other tile. And much easier to do. Then grab force speed and fall down here. Okay, so lightsaber skip. So what is lightsaber skip? Well, I'm glad you asked. So coming through here, we're going to jump through. Then coming into here, we quick save the game, but as this door is starting to open. Okay? So in this next room, there is this cage, okay? And the moment you enter the room, the cage starts rising up, all right? And it's like tantalizing you. Be like, oh, look, here's this thing that you want, your lightsaber. However, you now can't get it because it's out of reach. However, if we activate force speed to slow down time, do a jump chain, use force push on that peg right there, the earliest that we can, okay? And then crouch in the middle of the air, we can actually end up crouch climbing on top of this cage. Then using the, what bind is it? The sidestep turn bind, okay? We can actually end up walking away from this ledge, causing the cage to rise up. Then when the cage gets to this point, I would quick save because you are very, very, very close to it, and you need to stand on the furthest pixel. And then if you go 1 pixel too far, oh no, you fall off. So that's why you would want to quick save there. So once again, it is, the steps are to jump, force speed to slow down time, walk into position, force push the peg, and there accidentally crouch climbed too well, okay? And then to walk over either to the left or to the right. If you are standing too far to the middle, the peg will actually raise up and end up killing you. So you need to make sure you walk out of range. And I cannot stress enough, I am making this trick look 1,000,000 times easier than it is. Okay? Cool. And then you can sidestep turn perpendicular, right? And so I'm moving my mouse to the right here as I hold this bind to slowly sidestep. But you can also look at a more acute angle relative to this edge. And then when you are on the furthest pixel on the platform, the cage will rise up. You can grab your lightsaber, then change your lightsaber style to light style, turn to the right, and then go to the end. You want to make sure you change your lightsaber style before the dialogue ends, and we will talk about why at a future level. Then jump, destroy those, come to the end of the mission. Before you break this door, quick save the game, change your SV FPS back to 125, and then exit the mission and go into Narshada Streets. Okay? So, if we don't end up doing lightsaber skip, where are we? Hang on. I have a save right here. Excellent. So if we don't do lightsaber skip, what we can actually end up doing instead is just jumping past the pillar. So here, I like to switch to force jump to third person. So if you don't do lightsaber skip, once again, you can just leave your SV FPS at 125. If you accidentally change it back down to 20, that's totally okay. Just make sure you change it back to 125 at some point in this mission. And then we progress on through and grab force jump, allowing us to jump for longer and jump for higher. Then jumping up here, we're going to jump up, jump over, and walk through this door. And you're going to see how very little of the mission we actually end up skipping with when we end up opting to not do lightsaber skip. So here, use force pull, which is my left control binds, to activate those for this puzzle, or F2, which is the native bind. And then when that cage gets to about half height, go ahead and do a strafe jump chain through. Come through, force push this wall, fall down here, doing some nice strafe jumps through this hallway. Come through this door, and then we are going to force push this first one, crouch climb up to here, and then hop. You don't even need to force jump to get up here. And then force jump and crouch climb up to this, skip bypassing the puzzle, and then you can do a quick step, which is facing and standing near a ledge that is just a little bit higher than you, and pressing that jump key to quick step up to it. So you don't jump, you just walk up to it, and then do a force jump over here, skipping the grand majority of the puzzle. Then, if you want to be super duper fancy with this, we can actually bypass this puzzle, which is standing on that pillar, and you can do a very difficult jump chain, which is this. Oh, sorry, I've done this jump chain only a few times before. Let's see. Nope, that was too good. So I land on the ground for a fraction of a second. There. Oops, and then you do a crouch climb at the very end. I'll get it once just to show that it is possible. Yeah, there we go. And that bypasses the puzzle. If you cannot get that consistently first try, just activate this switch, save the game, then either use strafe jumps or force speed. It's a little bit faster to use strafe jumps, and then just end up walking onto this platform here, and then jump up and crouch to be able to make that a little bit safer. And voila, we are now into this room, okay? So when you get into this room, what you do is you activate the top 3 pegs first, not the bottom peg, okay? And then you do the bottom peg, and that'll skip you having to wait for it to fall down a peg at a time before you can force push again. Then what we do is we end up jumping up here, land here, and then save as this is still falling down. And you can either do a strafe jump chain like that, and then force pull to grab your lightsaber, once again changing to light style before the dialogue ends. Or if that is a little bit too difficult for you, just go ahead and activate force speed, walk up, stop moving, and then force pull the lightsaber, and once again change that lightsaber style to light style before you end. And changing that lightsaber style is a glitch. You are actually not supposed to use light style earlier than Cairn Bay. I think it's Cairn Bay where you end up unlocking blue style. Then once again, just jump, activate this. If your SV FPS is reading 20, go ahead and hit that bind to go back to 125. Quick save the game before you end up exiting the mission, and then skip the cutscene, leading us into Narshada Streets. Huzzah! Yes, congratulations, you have made it to Narshada now. So that being said, we've been going for a good chunk of time here, and here we now are going to have force jump level 1, and this is a really good break point for learning the run as well, because there's a lot of stuff that we ended up covering in the first initial missions, and that is going to compound throughout the rest of the tutorial. So if there are any questions before we end up breaking, feel free to ask. But this is a great time for a break, Church.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see any questions.
Great.
So I'm going to do my 2 quick reminders. If nobody has a question before then, we'll go to our quick break. So if you're over on YouTube watching, you can go to gamesdonequick.com. Sorry. All right, roll it back. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Try it again. If you're over on YouTube watching, go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at any of our live content. Most of the weeknights it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and by most I mean all of the weeknights it starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then on weekends it starts at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then if you like the content you're watching, if you like Covert Muffins here explaining this game incredibly well, if you want to see more stuff like the first step or just a lot more speedrunning content, if you could consider either subscribing, gift subs, Prime Gaming subs, and bits. They all really do help support the content. It helps keep the hotfix afloat, and it helps us keep making this content. We are going to be right back, because I don't think there are any... Why is purple best lightsaber color is the only question I see.
Because it's not. Red is clearly the best lightsaber color.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions here, so we'll be back in a few minutes. We're just going to take a quick break here. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are learning Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. We are here with the wonderful Covert Muffin, who has been incredible in explaining this game in detail and making it very easy to understand what's going on. How are you doing, Covert?
I'm good, honestly. I mean, we've been going for a couple hours now, and I'm still feeling great. So I am ready to dive back in. That being said, once again, just as a quick recap, we went over the first set of missions as well as setup and mechanics in like earlier in the video. So if you don't know what a strafe jump is, I highly suggest rewinding and going and like checking those out. Because they are very, very core and fundamental to the movement. But also, now that we are moving into sort of the mid-game portions of the run, it's going to be important that we start to think about stocking up on Bacta tanks and like stuff like that, especially Bactas, which once again are the 25 health reusable portable med kits, which I have bound to my F key in down below, and you can hold up to 5 at a time. And the really cool thing about the extended inventory is it actually transfers from mission to mission, especially these special items. And the 2 most important ones are going to be those Bacta tanks, as well as seeker drones, which we will be talking about in an upcoming mission. But very, very exciting stuff. But right now, we are now entering Nar Shaddaa. We have our lightsaber back. And in the casual playthrough, this is usually where things really start to pick up. So here, just strafe jumping through, and then we can crouch to get through that door a little faster, and then go ahead and quick save and quick load 3 times there when you start to hear dialogue, or you can hold down the sound stop bind. I quick save and quick load, which loses me about a second, but I am just a boomer. Then, or rather a millennial in this game. So if you want, here I just used a bind, which once again, binding a key in the console before you start running for vid restart is a very critical and a very useful bind. So here I just ended up walking into the cutscene, activating vid restart, which allowed me to get control in this cutscene, right? And so normally you have your force powers and stuff locked, and then you're like locked into this room, and you have to actually end up like killing a bunch of enemies. But instead, what we do is we come into the cutscene, okay? We activate vid restart, and for whatever reason, during this cutscene, we can get control of our force powers and open this door here. So they accidentally ended up pulling the enemy into me. For some weird reason, you're kind of like incorporeal, so you can like walk into things, but if you walk into things, you actually end up getting stuck. So just be aware of that. But jump and force pull, right? So the further away from an enemy we are, the further you will force pull them. And then the closer you are to an enemy, when you force push them, the further they will go. So just try and be far enough away from the Rodian to get them through this door with like 3 to 4 pulls. Then, after he clears this doorway, what we can actually end up doing is switching to third person and then doing a crouch climb up here, which is the first major sequence break in this mission. I cannot tell you how massive of a sequence break this actually is, being able to do this. As well as the next 2 ones that we're going to do. So the reason why we're in first person is that if you're in third person when you do this, you'll actually end up rolling. And so if you don't feel comfortable doing the crouch climb in first person, that's okay. Just roll into the wall. No problem. Then immediately after the crouch climb, I switch back to third person, jump up here, and then we do a jump chain in order to get over here. That being said, if you're struggling with this jump chain, because it is kind of tricky to do, just go to this, like in between these 2 lamps here, quick save, and then, or maybe at the 3rd lamp, there we go, which are these little trapezoid things here on the edge of the platform, and then do 1 jump, do 2 jumps. And this is so much easier than doing the full jump chain through that whole section. So just get to the 3rd lamp, stop, quick save, and jump over here, which is the second part of this massive sequence break in this level. I cannot express how much of the level that actually ended up skipping. Just being able to get over here like that. Then pull this box, wait, backtrack, and push in order to activate this elevator. Pull out your lightsaber, activate this platform, make sure you are not underneath this platform. If you are, while it's falling down, it will actually end up killing you. Then coming up here, we're going to come into the second sequence break, which is something known as dumpster dive. Over there is the dumpster that we need to get to end the mission. And if we do this, it will actually end up causing us to be able to skip like 2/3 of the mission overall with these 2 sequence breaks. So the first fast way in the speedrun to do this is to jump up here, all the way back here, stand right about here, and then jump on that slope and jump across with a strafe jump chain. And this is actually quite difficult, but the first thing to note is that we use a slope boost here, right? Once again, slope boosts, right? They just convert vertical speed, so falling down, into horizontal speed. So using this forward-facing slope, we can get a bunch of speed. So hopping and then doing a short force jump and then a full force jump allows us to be able to get over to this dumpster. And this can be like really tricky for newer runners, right? This is maybe not the easiest thing to do. So one way to make it easier is to wait for the Rodian to walk into place, and then you can just jump on the Rodian's head, right? Jump from higher ground, then you have more time in the air to be able to make the jump chain happen, okay? Right? Easy peasy. Makes the trick even easier. But that being said, I'm actually just going to restart the level and go through all of it again for another reason, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But really what I suggest for the beginner's tutorial is going to be something that only loses, I kid you not, 2 seconds. It only loses 2 seconds compared to that sequence break that I just showed you. And it still ends up saving a bunch of time. So once again, we're going to pull this Rodian over. Jumping and moving away from the Rodian allows us to get a little bit further. Then this jump here can be a little bit tricky. And then we're going to jump over here, stop at this 3rd lamp, quick save, walk, and then start the jump chain. Whoops! And then accidentally fall off. No problem. And then we will get on over here, pull the box, walk back, push the box, pull out the lightsaber, go ahead and kill this guy, grab his bowcaster, which loses just a fraction of a second to do. We're going to use that bowcaster on a future mission. But really what I suggest for the beginner's tutorial is to come through here, hit this window, activate the switch so it comes down. And this is going to do 2 things. One is it's going to give us a much easier jump chain that only requires 2 jumps, 2 strafe jumps, and is going to be really high up, so it's like a million times easier. And then it's going to get us 2 useful resources for the next upcoming missions. The first thing is more thermal detonators, and the second thing is going to be a sniper rifle for a little bit of safety in a best spin mission. Cool. So then, go ahead and ride this elevator up, come through here, grab the sniper rifle, kill this guy with a saber throw to get the thermal detonators. Okay, quick save the game, and then jump once, whoops, jump once, jump twice, and voila. Take a bunch of fall damage, right? But it doesn't matter at all. So this is just like a million times easier than the other sequence break, and it loses just over 2 seconds if you do it fast. I'm doing a little bit slower because I'm grabbing some other safety things, but that's totally okay. That is totally okay. This literally, all together with the stuff that I'm going to be showing, only loses about like 5 seconds or so. Okay? Then, regardless of what way you get onto this dumpster, go ahead and walk slightly off, and then aim at these, and then when your cursor turns blue, you can force push that switch. So the main reason why I restarted the level to do this is because while we're entered into this cutscene, snipers cannot actually end up harming us, right? So you'll notice these snipers shooting me. Then when the cutscene ends, the snipers can actually end up hitting me, causing me to lose some health. Okay, so we went down to 26 health, no problem. So just go ahead and fall down here, heal up using back to canisters, whoop, and then jump across. This conveyor belt is really weird, all right? So ideally what we would do is land on this conveyor belt and jump across like this to grab these back to canisters. But sometimes it will just not allow you to force jump, okay? So if that happens and you're struggling with it, just go through the normal way. Come over here, grab the back to canisters, and progress with the mission. Cool. All right. Then here, switch into first person, save the game, then come over, line up with a slit, saber throw, and then go to the left, sidestep to the left. And this is a massive sequence break in the mission. There we go. Boom. Okay. If you do it fast enough, you can get through without getting shot by the sniper rifle, but no problem if you do. Then I just prefer to move through this section using third person. And then here is Lando Calrissian, which is going to be our good old BFF. All right, so upcoming here is going to be the next major sequence break of the mission. And there are 2 ways to do this. The first way saves just about 1 second and is a million times harder, so I'll just show it. So starting a full jump chain here, we land on this dumpster right here, and then we jump up just like that. So what you want to do is when you jump off of that dumpster, just to show this, you want to strafe jump to the right and then jump to the left in a wave motion. So like this, right? Jumping like this. Why do we want to do that? Well, if you start your strafe jump off of this dumpster going to the left, you'll actually end up doing this force swag maneuver, like freezing you into this animation going through space and causing you to miss the jump chain. So it is a very fast and rapid timing press for the key. So short force jump, hop, short force jump, and then jump to the right, jump to the left, and then you don't even need to crouch climb. You can just jump up here. Alternatively, if you feel like losing consistently, like 1 to 2 seconds for a much easier jump and a much simpler jump, oh no, you do the same sort of start of the jump sequence, but you go past the dumpster, okay? Oh hey, look, safety back to tanks. Don't mind if I do. Then you jump on this box here, then you look over here to the right, okay? So you're looking at like a 90-degree angle relative to this platform here. Save the game, and then do a single turned strafe jump, right? That's it. It's a million times easier, right? Just a single jump. You hold down the jump button, you press crouch at the end, and you curve in a nice, consistent mouse direction of moving your mouse to the right. That's it. Loses you a second. Then some safety ammo there if you want it. Another safety back to some safety thermal detonators, and then we need to go through this door. So here with the dialogue for this door, you just need to be within sort of like this hitbox here. So what I do is I grab this ammo, jump so I'm in front of the camera, and then jump over here, grab the thermal detonators, and come through here. And then you can quick save and quick load when Kyle says Ruby Beals, which is the password. Then coming through here, if you don't have a bowcaster, you can look right here, and throw your lightsaber to kill this enemy, because he is just always going to walk forward just like this to this position. So throwing your lightsaber to kill this enemy, and this actually saves a fraction of a second to get the bowcaster here compared to in the previous mission. All right, cool. Then next I go into first person in order to walk right here and aim at this guy's right hip. If you do this, you can actually end up bypassing having to break the glass first with force push, which you do in your casual playthrough. So I pull out the bowcaster, I walk here, and then I push him. But they keep breaking the glass for me. Okay? Next, notice how we just got a checkpoint there. This is going to be a nice safety feature, which a lot of runners, literally of all skill levels, don't realize. You can just end up loading checkpoint, okay? So if you set up a bad quick save in the next spot, which can happen very easily, just load checkpoint and retry this section, and I will explain why when we get to it, okay? So just realize that we got a checkpoint there, and you can always back out, load menu, load checkpoint, okay? And you will go back here, okay? So just realize that is an alternate way to backload if you end up making a mistake in the next section. Boom. Cool. All right, but here is going to be some safety armor. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that. Num, 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 num. All the way back up to 100 armor. Then here, oh, safety Bactas and a med kit if you want it. Yes, very good. So just go ahead, take the few seconds it takes to just make sure that you're topped off at 100, 100. Grab all of the safety health, right? It would be a shame if on a future mission that you have 0 Bactas, you're at 10 health, you have no armor, and you just end up getting infinited by an enemy because you quick saved at a bad time. Then when you click load, the shot's already in the air, hits you in the face, and you have to reset the entire level, right? Just as a beginner, don't be afraid to like take some intentional time loss of mere moments, of mere seconds to just have that 100, 100 health, right? Because you don't fully heal between every single mission. You don't fully get all of your Bactas back between missions. You have to find them on those missions themselves. So don't be afraid of that extra safety, and I highly suggest it as a newer runner. Cool. Okay. So upcoming here, we're going to go into another cutscene enter. This one in particular was brought to the community by a runner whose screen name is Sajiki. It's transferring over some tech that we found from cutscene entering in Jedi Knight Academy. So when we enter this cutscene here and skip it, we'll actually end up coming to this arena, okay? And these turrets will start to move around, which is super annoying. So here we have to destroy all of these turrets, then destroy a second wave of enemies, and then go up and activate a switch, which will open this door here to an elevator that takes us to the end of the level, okay? And notice, after I skipped that cutscene, I ended up teleporting right here, okay? So if we enter the cutscene, 1, the turrets are not going to be moving around, as you'll see. 2, after the cutscene ends, we'll actually end up getting teleported to this spot, right? And then 3, we can activate the switch, which opens up that door during the cutscene, okay? So we enter the cutscene, have an easier time in the arena, activate the switch that opens the door to the end of the level, and then just as the cutscene ends, we actually teleport and displace ourselves back to that point. Because when you skip the cutscene, when the cutscene ends, it says Kyle Katarn should be here, which is very, very cool. So major shout outs to you, Saji, for this. So I usually quick save, or I go back and load checkpoint here. Then the moment I enter the cutscene, I'm going to walk to this position here and like aim up and slightly to the right. Okay, so you're going to see this, and then I quick save immediately before the door opens. And that is important, okay? That's just important. I'm just gonna let you know. And that you want to try and set up your quick save before or as the door opens. Okay, so here we go. So enter the cutscene, enter the cutscene, walk into position, save the game, activate force speed to slow down time. Each of these turrets takes 3 shots. Notice how they're not moving around because we entered this cutscene. Right, 1, 2, 3. Switch to thermal detonators. Whoops. I'm actually gonna do that again so I can show it off correctly. Okay. Scroll down, and then just charging up thermal detonators. Let's take them down. And then now that they're all dead, that will allow me to go into this door, grabbing that sniper rifle for safety if I end up doing a harder version of dumpster dive in the previous mission, activate the switch to open up the end, and then if you do this fast enough, you can force push that switch and get some safety thermal detonators, okay? Which I missed, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna get some thermal detonators on the next mission. But there, I look for that window up here, and then I turn 180 degrees because that lines up with the exit, right? So after I come here, I find this window, turn 180 degrees, and that is going to lead me to the door leading to the end of the mission. Then here's another cutscene with Lando, which I hold W and A through, and then grab the seeker drone forward and to the left, and then open these doors to be a gentleman to your friend Lando. And it is incredibly important that every single time when you get to this point in this mission, you do exactly what I tell you at this moment, okay? And I will save you from resetting on runs. Before you turn and press this button, quick save the game, okay? Set up a quick save, all right? Do it, just do it, okay? Because if you activate the elevator, ending the mission, before Lando is standing on the elevator, you will soft lock your game, not allowing you to progress with the mission, okay? So if your quick save is really far back, you can lose 30 seconds. You can lose 60 seconds, right? Or if you save after you press the switch and soft lock your game, oh no, you have to restart the mission, losing you over a minute, okay? So just make sure before you turn around to press the switch, save your game. Okay, just do it every single time. I think the grand majority of anybody who's ever speedrun this game has lost a really good pace on like PB pace for themselves by accidentally soft locking at this point and not having a quick save in a good spot. So just every single time, I'm literally spending like 30 to 60 seconds to just continuously repeat myself on this because it is like that important. Just quick save here every single time, okay? Then after Lando steps on the elevator, you can just turn around, boom, activate the switch, raising it up. So once again, if you activate it too soon, oh no, I soft lock my game and I can no longer end the mission. So wait for him to step on and then end the mission. Yes, okay, great. Cool. All right, moving on. All right, so coming up here, we are going to end up pushing over this enemy, killing him with a lightsaber. For whatever reason, if you don't end up pushing that enemy over, when the enemy dies and drops their thermal detonators, it has a really high probability of falling through the floor. I don't know why. It's just a consistent thing within this game. But if we just force push the enemy over and then we kill the enemy, the invisible thermal detonators they drop will end up getting flung forward into Kyle, guaranteeing that we can pick them up every single time. So just make sure that you force push the enemy over every single time, and then you whack him with your lightsaber, taking him down. Then Lando's going to be a gentleman and call us an elevator. And then here, you can like mash the use function. It's no worry to actually end up pressing that elevator too soon. Then here is some safety bactas that cost 0 time to be able to grab. And then after Lando crosses that corner, just back out of the doorway. If you don't stand in the doorway, the door will close, and then Lando will have to stop, open the door, and then start walking again. Next here, go ahead and... sorry. Listen for a sec. So this is why I run the game in French. Running the game in French doesn't save or lose anytime, but French Lando is just a sexy beast. He is a sexy, sexy man. So like, I just love the voice acting of Lando itself in French. But here, what you want to do is after Lando starts. Sorry, what, Church?
So real quick before you get off too far away. Somebody was asking, are you saying you shouldn't quick save for that? Would it be a waste of time?
Quick save for what?
Great question. I don't. So because of the delay, I actually don't know when that came up. Okay. So
yeah, sure.
No idea.
So if you're talking about the soft lock earlier, you can wait for Lando to walk on the elevator and then quick save. Usually what I want to do to just free up my fingers is I wait for a fraction of a second before Lando gets on the platform, then I snap my camera angle and activate use onto the elevator, because that is the fastest possible time, which saves me between 0.1 and 0.3 seconds on average. So like, waiting for Lando to walk onto the elevator and then quick saving just loses you a tiny fraction of the time if you're able to get it the earliest moment that Lando walks on the elevator. So you don't need to wait for him to walk into the middle of the elevator where he usually goes. Just the moment he puts his like first foot on the elevator, you can just activate it to end the mission. So I think that might have been what the question was asking about, but yeah. Cool. But yeah, anyways, if there's a
It was for the elevator,
just
yeah.
let me know. Yeah, for the elevator? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for as a beginner, yeah, it's very safe to wait for Lando to walk on, then quick save, and then activate the elevator button. That is a great strat, and it only loses you a fraction of a second over somebody like me who likes to fight for an inch, fight for a mile, as the saying goes. Cool. All right. So here, instead of listening to the brilliant and beautiful and epic voice acting of French Lando, what we want to do is we either want to hold down the sound stop hotkey or just stick your lightsaber into this wall, which causes us to skip dialogue because the sound from the lightsaber ends up overriding the dialogue, skipping it. Then as the elevator drops, just go ahead and quick save the game. And we are going to start moving through this awesome level. So here I suggest just landing here, or you can continue the full jump chain over to that ramp right over there. I suggest stopping because it is pretty easy to fall down. And then we're going to walk up this ramp, jump over here, which is actually intended by the devs to do this. Walk up here, jump up, and grab all of these juicy pickups, right? So you have a 50 armor piece here. You have 3 seeker drones, which we're going to be using on future levels. And this is actually optimal to come up here and grab these 3 seeker drones in general, okay? This mission is going to be a treasure trove for safety items. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Then go ahead and jump over. And there's a few ways of actually doing this jump chain, right? So just coming over here like this, or what you can do is you can land down here and then jump just like that. So instead of falling down, you can just walk off and jump like this and then come up, and that's a little bit easier to do. And then go ahead and kill this Rodian. If you took any damage from fall damage, heal up and safety back toes. Then activate the switch to progress the mission. Get your lightsaber, quick save, and then jump out. Okay? Then, what I would suggest doing is before you round this corner, right, before you go into these hangar doors, stop, quick save the game now. Because we are now going to go into a sequence break, which is going to be very convoluted and bizarre. So what I'm going to tell you is the moment you walk around here, dialogue with Lando is going to start, okay? Then looking into this hangar itself, the first enemy wave is actually going to, if you stand near Lando, it's going to spawn over there, right? You see these enemies now starting to pull in, right? I can just zoom in and look at their smiling faces. Beautiful, beautiful. So this is going to be an arena where we have to defeat a number of waves of enemy. Where they spawn is decided where you are standing within the hangar, okay? So if you are on, and you can tell by walking into the halfway point of the ship. So if you are on this half of the hangar, the next wave of enemies will always spawn over here. Then if you are on this half of the hangar, after you destroy these enemies here, the next wave will spawn on the opposite side. So it's like very, very annoying going back and forth to destroy these enemies. However, we have a sequence break for this, okay? So if you end up jumping onto the nose of the ship while dialogue is going up, and then moving across, quick saving at this back portion of the ship, right? And then killing these first 2 enemies, jumping through. Then getting outside of the hangar will cause the enemies to always spawn on the same side of the ship. And the reason why this works is we just jumped outside of this big rectangular zone, right? There's a few triggers in that room, but the big rectangular one that we stayed outside of, it's not the biggest one. It's like kind of a medium-sized one. Then this will just happen. They will always spawn on the same side of the ship, okay? And then after Lando reaches a certain point, there will be one more wave that we end up spawning. And this is known as Luck Fando, okay? And so this is really nice because it causes us to be able to stay out of it. So the ways you can fail this trick is if you accidentally land within the trigger zone that we are staying out of, even if you land in it once, then it will cause them to spawn on either side of the ship. or you can end up accidentally skipping dialogue too soon. So the first wave ends up spawning over there, and then they get out of the door, they spread out, and now you have to like try and pick them off to be able to continue with the trick. So you really want to get to the other side of the hangar on top of the ship, quick save, skipping the rest of dialogue, and then quick load, and then start killing the things, okay? Then after you kill off those waves of enemies, look for these diagonals here and drop a trip mine sort of in the middle of the crosswalk, and then drop one more trip mine here. Okay, so all together, once again, kill these first two, jump out, kill 2 to 3 there, kill 2 to 3 there, and then kill the last one. Switch to trip mines, lay one on that diagonal, one on this diagonal, one in the doorway with the alternate fire, so they are proximity mines, and then one in the doorway is just for a little bit of safety. And then look to see where Lando is. If Lando is on the left side, as we're looking at the ship, you don't have to do anything. Lando will just walk around. If as he is. Okay, great. And then if Lando is on the right side, he might actually end up just getting stuck here on this texture here. So we'll like run here, turn around, run back, turn around, run here, turn around, run back. If that happens, what you can do is you can stand like over here, jump and force pull him to pull him out, and then run back over here, and either go out here or go on top of here is where I like to go. Or you can even just like stand in the doorway itself, and that is still out. Okay, so just one more time, so we're gonna kill the enemies. Oh, that one almost got away from me. Cool, okay. Then one trip mine there, one trip mine here, trip mine here. I jump up and I look to see where Orlando is. Okay, he's on the right, I can just hear him, so I'm gonna jump over here. After quick saving the game, I'm gonna wait for him to get close. Now I'm gonna jump and force pull him over, getting him around that corner. Now I'm gonna jump up here and wait for him. Cool, then the enemies die, and then we can jump through and progress with the mission, right? Cool, 2 safety Bactas here, which costs minimal time loss to grab. Excellent. Then push this crate and jump down. Break this crate, and then here's a really precise crouch climb you can do. Okay, activate this switch, 2 more safety Bactas if you need them, right? Take out the lightsaber, activate switch, fall back into the hole, and go through. Okay, next, because we moved so fast through this area, and we stayed outside of a trigger zone, we're actually a little bit soft locked in this mission right now. At the very end, we have to do a switch puzzle in order to get the fuel pump going to fuel the ship. However, we can't actually interact with those switches because we missed a bit of dialogue from Lando. Okay, so it's important that after you do Luck Fando, you come over here first, do this part, and come back out. And this buys Lando time to be able to walk up to the ship's cockpit. If you do this next thing that I'm going to show you before Lando finishes walking to the cockpit, that is a potential soft lock for the mission. So just be aware of that. Okay, so just make sure you do this part before doing this next bit, which is going to be jumping up to this balcony. Okay, so just go ahead and jump up to this balcony, land anywhere like within this square itself, or just like anywhere around here, right? Any of these is fine, right? So what you can do is you can actually just do a jump chain like this, and then listen for dialogue. Kyle, in a problem, like, right? So like in English, it's Kyle, there's a problem, right? Or like something along those lines. So, and that happens about like 4 seconds or so after we end up landing in that trigger itself. So go ahead and do a jump chain like this, continue through and listen. Great. Hearing that dialogue means we are no longer soft locked. Then go ahead and break this. You actually also saw me do something which was doing a wall run, which is a little bit faster, which you hold W and strafe and just press the jump key, and that will allow you to wall run. Then I pull out my lightsaber for a little safety, activate this switch, safety armor there, activate this, safety thermal detonators there, and then come through this door, and then jump up here, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Great. And once again, if you end up skipping, if you end up not triggering that Kyle, there's a problem dialogue, you will just not be able to interact with those switches. Then coming through here, there is a thin line that goes like this. that is going to lock you in place, and then Lando will start talking. So you can either just walk wherever into this trigger and then hold down sound stop as a bind, or you can walk far enough to the left and then just hold your lightsaber into this wall to skip dialogue. Then there's going to be a few cutscenes, so just go ahead and activate use, and then do this, and then go ahead and just kill the list of enemies. Here, your mouse cursor is forced up, so you just lower that slightly to headshot the gangster, and then go back through and kill off the grouping of enemies here. Then just more dialogue skipping. If you hold your lightsaber into these, like, graphite-colored pillars, sometimes it doesn't skip dialogue, so just be aware of that. Just be aware of that. Cool. All right, French Lando. Best friends forever. And now we have successfully gotten out of Nar Shaddaa. So starting in this mission, we unlock the force power known as Force Heal. So right at the start of this mission, if you're not on full health, go ahead and activate Force Heal. Then just make sure that you're not standing in front of this vent before this sound happens. If you are, it'll shove you off the edge and kill you instantaneously. God, that death knell sound. Okay. Then after it stops, just go ahead and crouch in and jump up here, and then come over here. Cool. All right, so here, once we get just above this ledge, we can actually do a jump here, come into the secret area, and grab a safety seeker drone. You do not need that seeker drone to finish the run, but it is a nice little bit of safety, because there's also a 25 shield pack that's like right there as well. So right when we get slightly above, just go ahead and jump up and crouch climb. Come through this door. Then the moment you come through that door, just go ahead and start a strafe jump chain. Either mind trick or walk up to activate the console yourself. Pull out your lightsaber and attack this switch here. What I will mention about those switches on those doors is that they are actually can only be destroyed by the lightsaber itself. Okay, so it opens, we have the lightsaber, and we slice it with the lightsaber. The next thing that I'm going to mention is that you want to make sure that you're standing slightly back from the switch, so you have just a tiny bit of distance on the gap on the floor between where you're like face planting the switch to where I'm currently standing. And this is because the lightsaber actually has a dead zone in its hurt box on the lightsaber itself, which is like right near the hilt. So if you're standing too close to an enemy or something you're trying to destroy with the lightsaber, and you swing your lightsaber and it doesn't actually deal any damage, that's why. You're just standing too close to the thing. So make sure you're standing slightly back, and then you swing the lightsaber like I did there. Then just go ahead and walk through, open this up, and activate the elevator immediately. You want to activate this elevator as soon as possible. Then coming up here, go ahead and quick save near the top of the elevator. Come over here, recharge your shields, and then walk through this door and save. Then, depending on where this elevator is, you can actually end up sniping these enemies, right? So, and then when the elevator falls down, just go ahead and jump over with a nice strafe jump chain. Cool. And then I just like to snipe some enemies as I'm riding up to pass the time. So what I will say is there is a sequence break to this elevator section. I am not even going to show it because it is just very foolish for runners of like a beginner level or even an intermediate level for going for it. Just a note, like I recently started working it in, but just like riding these elevators is just so much easier to do. Then just make sure you quick save at the end of each elevator, because if you mess up the strafe jump chain, oh no, like I missed an elevator cycle, and so you would have to wait for 2 more cycles. Then coming to the top here, you want to jump and force push that enemy there before he kills you. Quick save the game, and then jump over onto that floor. Force push, throw the thermal detonator to kill them. Right, you can even do it again. And then here are some nice safety items, right? This med kit here you can grab, this back to tank. There's some safety thermal detonators you can grab, and then there is that armor pack you can grab there. Then just go ahead and activate this elevator and continue through. Okay. So upcoming here is going to be the first major portion of RNG in the run itself, which is going to be this sort of wind vent area. Before I even go into it, there is a safety med kit here. There's a safety back to tank here, right? Cool. So go ahead and break this and then jump into this, and then make sure to save when you're about halfway up, okay? Or like 2/3 the way up. What you want to do is to not quick save too late. What I'm gonna tell you is at the top of this wind tunnel area, right? So from like roughly there to just over the top of it, there is a trigger to activate these wind currents here that we are going to be riding up to the top of this area of the level, right? And if you quick save too late, what can happen is when you quick load, you'll displace yourself through that trigger, seemingly soft walking yourself from being able to go through this area, okay? If that happens, if you quick save too late, very easy backup that loses you a bit of time. Just walk back here and walk into the trigger, into the back of it, okay? Alternatively, when we're facing towards here, as we're coming through the currents, I hold back and to the left, and that will just always activate the wind currents. So the bit of RNG here is that the currents each individually roll an amount of time after the trigger is hit to decide when they activate. But go ahead and feel free to just jump into every single wind current instantaneously, but except for this last one. So this last one that has these two bowcaster enemies, make sure you land on this platform. If you do not land on this platform and you go immediately into the wind current, you will not hit the trigger to spawn the cutscene that allows you to continue with the mission. Okay? So if you get up top and the cutscene doesn't start playing, it's because you didn't land on this platform. So here, land on the platform, I quick save, wait for the current, quick save again, enter the current, right? Why do I quick save? Well, it's actually very easy to accidentally like bonk into one of these textures and fall down and die. So just try and stay in the middle, and I quick save before I hit this cutscene. And up here, we need to kill this evil reborn enemy. It's going to be the first enemy with a lightsaber that we have to fight in the game, besides maybe Dasan in an earlier mission. And instead of using the lightsaber to take this guy down, what we're going to do is kill him with a thermal detonator. So the optimal strat is to take this wind current. Oh no, I entered the cutscene! Okay, so there I quick saved right before I hit the cutscene trigger, and that caused me to enter the cutscene, which is bad. So I apologize. Just make sure you don't quick save too late there as well. Okay, so the cutscene's over. Whoops, almost over. Wait for it to fade to black, and then I quick save, causing him to start move. So the optimal strat is to end up trying to catch him as he's running over and throw the thermal detonator to cause him to fall down. But this can be really, really tricky, right? If you move too slow, he's going to be a little bit too far forward, and you can't see him when you end up throwing the thermal detonator optimally. However, what I like to do, just because it makes me laugh and only loses me a little bit of time, is I come over here and I lay 3 thermal detonators just underneath this circle texture here. So right about here, I look down, 2, 3, and I jump through the wind current, and he just walks into the thermal detonators every single time. And this loses a little bit of time, but it just makes me laugh, so I do it. Then here, just go ahead and quick save and quick load or use sound stop, and then force push the enemies. Once again, make sure you are not too close to the door. If you're too close to the door and you force push, sometimes it does not push the first Rodian coming through, okay? So I just wait, push, jump, okay? Then I'm holding my right mouse button in order to end up holding down the alternate fire for the thermal detonator, just so it loads up, right? The longer you hold down the thermal detonator before you throw it, the faster the thermal detonator gets thrown and the farther it goes, right? Faster the TD goes, the faster it takes to like kill these enemies, okay? Then you kill those 2 enemies. Once again, fully load the thermal detonator up, which I used right mouse button for, and then killing that enemy. Then go ahead and force push these enemies in and kill them with a thermal detonator. Open the switch to bring out this droid, then stand far away from the droid, force pull him out, and then force push him to the switch for the elevator, spawning the end of the mission. Great, awesome. All right, continuing on in Bespin. So here is a great place to restock on some resources if you need it. Here we're going to push the droid twice, otherwise it moves very slowly. And here can be a tricky room, right? There are these 2 trip mines here, which end up hitting you for over 150 damage. So either you can just jump over the trip mines, which is tricky, or you can use like a thermal detonator to blow them up and then go through. Whatever is most comfortable for you. And then kill this enemy and make sure you pick up his weapon. And then safety shield's there. Jump over these trip mines again. Safety backed is here. And then we will push this droid onto the elevator, trying to get him about in the middle of the elevator. If you push him too far, he won't activate the elevator. He'll turn around and slowly walk back towards you to activate the elevator. But if he lands right in the middle, then he just activates it immediately. Then when he's near the top, we can push him again, aiming for the middle of the door, and then pull out the heavy repeater. So here we need to babysit this droid in this next section, as a bunch of enemies over to the right are going to be firing down on us. So just go ahead and quick save before the door opens, and let's just take a look at this section, okay? So here all these enemies are firing at us, and there are all these trip mines that will actually explode, killing the droid if it takes too much damage. So what we do is we fire left, push, fire left, push, fire right, push left, right, or right, left, whatever. Fire right, fire left, push, push, push. Okay? And that it allows us to get through very fast. Okay, incredibly important in this room. This is another place where you can quick save at a bad time, making the next part of this mission incredibly difficult. Okay? So it's going to be very important that here we enter this room, and then I like to stand on top of this sort of cargo thing here, and then I quick save the game, okay? The place where it's bad to quick save is after walking past this line here, right? So if I walk up to the door, quick save, and then activate the switch, the trigger to cause enemies in the next area to start moving is actually before you end up hitting the door, okay? It's actually in this room that we are standing right now. So just make sure you quick save earlier than you think. Then what I'm actually going to do is end up saving a hard save, and then break the switch, jump over here, and we are going to do a pull jump, okay? So it's important that I jump here as soon as possible, and then I force push this enemy, trying to get him about halfway up this ramp here. That's also fine. And then I would quick save here, okay? So once again, jump to the left, walk towards him, and then force push, jump up, and go for the pull jump. Okay? So the important steps for this are you want to make sure you get over to this enemy earlier than you think. So as soon as possible to start that force push. As soon as possible. Then you want to try and get him on this orange or brownish portion of the rail itself in order for his body to be higher up. The higher his body up, the easier the pull jump is going to be. Okay? So getting him about half ramp is ideal. Then quick save before he starts standing back up. If you quick save too late, he'll stand up and start moving immediately. Okay? We want to force pull him before he starts moving. If he starts moving and then you try and force pull him, it is a million times more difficult to do the sequence break. So here, we force pull. So we jump, force pull after we start falling back down. And then we buffer our jump input, allowing us to jump up, okay? Make sure you are near the maximum amount of your height with your force jump before you start falling back down, okay? So first force jump should be near max height. Second force jump should be as long as you can hold down the jump button. And then force pull after you start falling back down. After you start falling back down. If you do it as you're going up, you'll notice that it's much more difficult to land on his head. Then do a strafe jump in order to get over this ledge, okay? If this feels like it is too difficult for you, don't worry. We have a different thing we can do which costs about 20 seconds or so, okay? 20, maybe 30 seconds or so. So let's actually back up, okay? So if you don't want to do that pull jump, what we're going to do instead is something known as a seeker drone skip. But in order to be able to do the seeker drone skip, we actually have to end up killing off all of these enemies here. Okay. Okay, we have to kill all of these enemies that are coming in here. Oh, come here. Great. The other nice thing about this is that killing off all of these enemies gives you an excuse to come into this room, which has 75 shields, and it has a safety Bacta if you're not on full health, if you're not on full Bactas. So feel free to grab that for some extra safety, right? Then go ahead and quick save, break the switch, and then go ahead and come into here, killing off all of these enemies, okay? Right, and you can pull out the heavy repeater to like kill these enemies with some splash instead. Then coming back over here, what we'll do is we'll walk up to this wall here. It really doesn't matter where you're starting standing. And then we're gonna walk into this wall, pick out some weapon that's not gonna distract you visually, go into first person, look as far down as you can, and then walk slightly away from the wall. Then what you're going to do is jump, and when you're about halfway up the jump, you are going to summon a seeker drone. Okay? And then you are going to try and jump on its head. All right? So the key to understand about these seeker drone skips is that the seeker drone is going to choose a direction to go up, and then it is going to move in a counterclockwise or anti-clockwise, depending on where in the world you're from, direction around Kyle, right? So we can just see that it's constantly going to be moving in this circular motion. So I can just consistently just jump in a circular pattern over and over and over again. But this first one only requires 2 to 3 jumps to be able to get up the seeker drone. Okay? So once again, look directly down, about halfway up the jump. I'm just holding down the jump button, and then I'm pressing my summon seeker drone button, which is my mouse wheel button when I press it down. And that allows us to get up here. So this only loses about 20 to 30 seconds, but it also requires an extra seeker drone. So you need to grab that extra safety seeker drone on the previous mission that I mentioned, on like the first Bespin mission. Okay, so just make sure you do that. Cool. All right. And so either of these sequences are both good and they're both easy. And this is very, very powerful and gets us out of bounds. This is technically out of bounds, okay? Then, walking about here, we are going to do 2 near full force jumps and do a nice strafe jump chain coming across here, okay? Right, just like that, just like that. So with these strafe jump chains, like this one in particular, if you're really struggling with it quite a lot, the most important thing is that you are as far off this ledge, right? The closer you are to the edge of the ledge, the shorter distance that you're going to have to travel from point A to point B to be able to make the jump, okay? So here, I do almost full force jump, and then jump across, okay? And I'm starting about here, right? I use this sloped thing as a nice visual cue to start my jump. So I jump right, I jump left, I jump right. You can, and it doesn't matter if you're turning optimally or not, right? You can still do this no problem. Jump right, jump left, jump right, okay? So it's literally, you can be as reductive. You don't need to do all of these like fancy like angle snaps that I do normally, right? And angle changes in the middle of the air. Like now that I'm trying to be extra fancy and be over convoluted, it's making the jump a lot harder, right? Jump left, jump right, jump left. Great, that's it. And then we get on over here, okay? Then next we're going to do another one of these seeker drone skips, right? Which this one also requires only 2. Oops. And what I'll say is that the start of these seeker drone skips is absolutely the most difficult part of them. Then coming into here, these enemies haven't spawned, right? And so we need a key to be able to open this up. So we have to spawn the enemies in. So the way we do this is we activate the elevator and fall down immediately, because near the bottom of that elevator shaft is what causes these enemies to spawn in here. Then just go ahead and force push these enemies over and run to the end of the mission. Great, awesome. So now that we are in this mission, we are going to be coming through here. I suggest pulling out the heavy repeater here because it's going to be nice for a little bit of safety. And then go ahead and just like stop, take a moment. Wow, I'm at 61 health. Why don't we just heal up to 100 health, right? Just spend those 2 Bactas right now to heal up to 100. And you can also do this while you're multitasking, doing this first jump chain to get through here, right? And then I like to use the heavy repeater to clear out those stormtroopers here. Then jumping over to this wall and activating these strip mines causes you to take no damage because you're far enough away, or you can end up just using the alternate fire, this big AoE from the heavy repeater to break them as well. Then coming into this door, wow, 3 safety back to canisters for very little time loss. Then here's a key that we need to finish the mission. Oh look, another safety medkit right there. This mission is a treasure trove of safety, okay? Then just go ahead and keep on moving through here. So what I will say is that there are a bunch of these shotgun troopers, and we want one of their shotgun weapons before exiting this mission to make a future mission a lot easier to do for a sequence break. Then just go ahead and progress on through. And so there's one that you can grab. I'm just gonna list off a bunch of them. Then here, activate this elevator, shoot that mine there with the heavy repeater to the right. Oh, here's another shotgun trooper, and there's only 3 stormtroopers around him, right? Easy peasy to grab that flechette. Next, go ahead and quick save the game here before you open the door. Actually, I open the door, and then I quick save, and then walking close enough to this door is gonna open it. But oh no, there's this enemy here, right? So opening the door, and then being far enough away from this enemy will cause him to jump, allowing you to force push. If you force push too early, the door is in the way so he doesn't get pushed away. And then if he's standing on the ground here, you can see that he is resisting the force push. Right, so just wait for him to jump and then go through. Then there's a shotgun trooper there you can grab. There is some safety Bactus here you can grab, but just make sure you have your lightsaber out to help block damage. And then there's another safety medkit there that you can just grab. Right, lots and lots of safety. Then jumping through here, you can fall down, force push these enemies over. Oh wow, I just took a metric bunch ton of damage. Well, I'm going to opt to load back, right? And so this is the portion where quick saving, especially in this game, is a skill, right? So here I'm just going to make sure I'm full on Bactus, full on health. And there I just quick save I was going out. I'm going to quick save here because these enemies can hurt me, as you saw. This enemy got in the way, so I'm just going to take him out. And then I'm going to jump through. Okay, cool. All right, so upcoming here is going to be Tavion. So here, if you remember, in Yavin Trial, after we got the lightsaber, we switched to lightstyle before we ended up skipping the dialogue. If you do have lightstyle, you see that blue bar at the top of the circle connecting with the force meter, right? If it's yellow, that means you have medium style. So you're going to do one of these 2 fights that I'm going to show. So there's 2 fights that are incredibly fast that I want to bring for the beginner's tutorial. The first one is we are going to jump and roll on this head, her head, jumping slightly to the right, and then just hold down the saber throw. And you need to be standing in very particular spot and then aiming in a very particular spot. Oh, she almost died there. Okay, awesome, great. And now Tavion has died, right? So that way is a little inconsistent for me. So instead what I like to do is jump over her head, and then as she starts to stand back up, I press S and my primary attack button, and that kills her instantaneously. Cool. All right. And so that being said, now Tavion has died. And so now coming into this next mission, which is going to be Cairn, we're going to skip this first cutscene and then enter this cutscene using vid restart. Okay. Then next, we're going to end up putting away our lightsaber and jumping over here, right? Then go ahead and jump up to this ledge. Whoops! Careful not to fall down. And I didn't quick save before the jump, of course. Okay, it's Cairn Bay. So skip the first cutscene and then enter the second cutscene. And this is a major sequence break and allows us to get out of these hangar doors. Then just go ahead and put away the lightsaber, save, jump up, and then come into this first bit. And then I suggest going into first person. And here what we're going to do is we're actually going to end up sneaking out of the ledge and buffering a jump input to jump up very, very fast. So just go ahead and quick save, and I look down. And these can be very, very tricky to do. And then we are going to crouch back into each of these ledges, okay? And this can be very, very tricky to do for new runners. So don't worry if it's a little bit of a struggle. Then we're going to activate this switch 3 times. Make sure not to press this switch too fast. If you press it too fast, it will not do anything. Okay, then here we're going to activate this. Come through here and look at that, a safety med kit. Just go ahead and grab that. Okay, next we are going to do a sequence break, which I have coined Shia LaBeouf skip, which is found by Hotshot Wire, which is very, very easy. So coming over here, you can either use one of these troopers, or you can come over here for this gonk droid. This gonk droid makes it a million times easier. Here we got good RNG, so we could just use that enemy if we wanted, right? But what I would suggest doing as a beginner is either get an enemy that walks down this ramp, or coming over for this gonk droid and push it into the door. And this will just cause this door that we normally can't open to open for a small period of time, thus allowing us to walk through, okay? So I suggest using the gonk droid because it's the easiest. Then come through here, walk all the way up to this door, and then walk over here, grab the safety armor, activate this switch, come over here, activate the switch, grab the safety medkit for no time loss, and then pull out something like the E11 blaster rifle and jump into here. Then destroying this grating, whoops, that's totally okay. Destroying that grating, I'm actually gonna do this a little bit quicker. Right, so there I used the shotgun trooper. Oh, I took too long, so the door ended up closing. Okay, bad RNG there with that shotgun trooper, so we're gonna use the gonk droid and go through the door. Cool. Okay, so coming through here, activate the elevators, armor, switch, health, pull out the E11, come into here. So here in this section, this is going to be one of the hardest seeker drone skips that I think is possible. So what you want to do is you want to jump up and then stop yourself from moving horizontally, okay? So try and go as low as you can on that speed, right? So just slow down your movement speed. Then once again, halfway through the jump is when you want to activate the seeker drone directly below you. And if you're able to do this, then you can catch this elevator as it's coming down and you can fall on top of it, okay? And that is the timing that you want to hit, all right? So there we go, we got it. But once again, that is absolutely one of the hardest seeker drone skips, I think, in the run overall. Cool. Then coming through, whoops. Oh, I guess I have to do it again. Great. So let's show it another time. All right. Excellent. Okay, coming through here. Then land on this tiny little ledge here, jump across, pull out the flechette, and then quick save your game. So what we're gonna do here is we're actually not gonna jump. What we're going to do instead is we're going to shoot the alternate fire of the flechette underneath us as we're walking forward. So if you do this, it will knock you up, and this will mitigate the grand majority of fall damage. Just to show this, if you don't do this, you actually end up dying from fall damage. So go ahead and just make sure you're on 100 health at least. If you're not, go ahead and heal up with the back to tanks. And this is why grabbing safety health and armor is a really critical component towards these mid to end game levels especially. Then just go ahead and heal up. I usually use a single Bacta and or force heal as I'm waiting for the end of the level to start. Then coming into here, we need to mind trick that Imperial officer in order to get through here. It is actually required in the casual playthrough as well as the speedrun itself. Okay. Then coming through here, we're just going to expedite these sections, jump through this and land on that box, jump up here to get up to this rampart, and then fire. And then we're going to use force pull after doing the alternate fire on the heavy repeater to fire it twice to remove the cooldown. If you use force pull after a weapon that has a cooldown, you'll actually rewrite that cooldown, allowing us to fire a second time a little bit quicker. Then firing 3 to 4 times on the alternate fire to destroy all 4 of those will end up causing this thing to explode. Then landing here, walking forward, and walking forward again will mitigate a bunch of fall damage. Okay, then activate this, Just try and work through this room the best you can. Okay,
Whenever you got a second there, Cobert.
Sorry, what's up?
Whenever you got a second,
go for it.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, hit me.
So somebody is saying they get motion sickness when they play in first person.
Mm-hmm.
So this is entirely possible to do in third person, right?
Technically, yes. You might still actually end up getting some motion sickness in third person because in Outcast, there's a lot of narrow hallways. And so the way the camera works is it's actually placed a certain distance away from Kyle's head. And so because of that, like if there's like a ceiling or a wall that you can't exist in, the camera in both Kyle's hitbox can't actually exist. So it'll do like weird things like zoom in really close and like back away really fast. And so first person in those sections actually makes it a lot easier. But the good news is a lot of those indoor portions don't actually require like strafe jump chains, which can be a bit disorientating, honestly, when I go through and doing like all these angle snaps with the camera. So you can either do simpler strafe jumps to like slow down the motion. Even if you're strafe jumping just a little bit, it does still build speed. Or you can just walk through those hallways itself in first person, or you can try it in third person, but it still might not help out. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. Boom. All right. So here I quick save before I enter this door because there's a shotgun trooper that fires at you immediately. So here, what we can do is jump to this lamp and do an... Oh, he actually exited out of the mind trick somehow. I think he got shot by one of the other troopers. So here you can either do a pole jump to go up here, which only saves about 1 second, or you can just simply jump around here and enter the back of this and take the elevator up. I suggest taking the elevator up because all you have to do after the elevator is crouch to go through this window here and walk out to this plank. The pole jump, what you have to do is you have to go in here, crouch in, come here, save the game, and do a really precisely timed jump to be able to get up, which is very difficult. Then activate this left switch so it looks purple/blue, and then we're gonna come over here. And jumping down here, what I suggest doing is landing on this box here with a roll. If you actually end up doing this, it will actually mitigate the grand majority of your fall damage. Then force pushing enemies so they don't actually end up hitting you. There again, you're gonna open up this door here and save the game. Then there's a few ways to get through these mines. You can crouch underneath them. You can do a small jump and crouch through the middle lasers, which is the fastest, or you can quick save and quick load through those lasers itself. Obviously, the fastest one is to do a small strafe jump through the lasers, because quick saving, quick loading loses a little bit of time. But the easiest is definitely going to this low portion of the ground and crouching through. If you're on the higher portion, even if you're crouching, you'll still end up hitting the lasers. So just whatever is easiest and fastest for you. Next, if you are not on 100 health here, I suggest just double tapping a back to canister and then jumping up. So here, jumping on that lamp is a little bit faster, but what you can do instead is you can crouch climb up to this platform as well. So if you're having trouble with this lamp jump, oh no, just go ahead and crouch up. And then here's Shia LaBeouf, which can absolutely troll you standing up on this ledge. Oh, and I quick saved the game, that's nice. So ideally, he would not be here. So if he walks up, just go ahead and just like kind of attack him to stall him out, and then come over here to the left to get this switch. Then if you are fast enough getting back through this room, this door will still be open. And if an enemy like that enemy did box you out in the door, all you have to do is hop and then roll on their heads to get through, okay? Then come through here, grab these safety bactas for some safety, and then fall down here, hold forward, and crouch in order to roll. And make sure you're not too close to a wall when you're trying to roll, otherwise the roll just does not happen, as you can see, right? But if I'm just going into an open space, then the roll will end up triggering. Okay, and then save the game, open this door again, and open this door, right? Then come over here, quick save the game, open this door, and then jump forward, then activate force speed, and kill these back two enemies with your lightsaber, which will end up opening the door to the end of the mission. Then if you're fast enough, you can actually sneak past this ATST, but if you are slow like I am right now, just wait for the ATST to come back out. Whoops! Then coming through here, you can go ahead and shoot this mine with the heavy repeater and jump on down, okay? And so this is a really good example of how scary this game can get when you run really low on health, okay? So here, just coming into here, this is a nice safe spot, and this is the end of the mission, bringing us into Reactor. So when you load into Reactor, just make sure you're not holding W. If you do hold down W as you load into Reactor, you run into the laser and die instantaneously. So just make sure you're not holding W as you come into reactor. Then here we're gonna wait, quick save the game right before this first laser starts, okay? And then right when the laser ends, activate force speed. Then jumping through here, you can crouch in that spot, which will actually end up sequence breaking this puzzle. Right, and just to show this off, you don't actually need like really good strafe jumps, right? You do a jump there, do a jump there. Whoops, and then I messed up. It is a little bit easier if I am strafe jumping to get through, right? And there was just a little bit too slow. So it does require a few strafe jumps to build a little bit of speed, but that is totally a-okay. Then what I'm just going to point out is after you activate this, all the lasers are disabled. And if you have no armor, boom, there's 25 armor right there for just a little bit of time loss, just a little bit. Then there are 2 safety med kits here, which almost every single runner will actually end up grabbing. And then here you want to make sure your force meter is full as you're coming through this next section. Because this next section, in order to move through optimally, you need to have a full force meter. So there, just doing a crouch jump on all those, you can see that I just barely have enough force to be able to do it. So just make sure that you're not over jumping on these initial ones. So that one requires a short force jump, that one requires a slightly larger one, that one requires a short force jump. Then I like to use the heavy repeaters alternate fire in that room just to knock over enemies and get them out of the way without spending force. So you just guarantee don't get chunked by the shotgun trooper. Then coming down here, you can land on one of those smaller pipes and then go to the right in order to mitigate fall damage, or you can end up just trying to roll, just like there. Okay, of course it's a little bit faster to just go ahead and land on one of these small pipes. Then coming through here, just go ahead and quick save the game, like right here, and then do a nice full strafe jump across to get across. Then here, there's a really nifty jump chain where you can do a precise force jump in order to land on this ledge here. Let's get it once. And then you can jump across to land here. This can be a little bit tricky to do, so the backup is just to come over here, stand right here, save the game, and crouch climb up. Okay, that is much, 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 much easier to do. Then jumping up here, we are going to slide through with a crouch. So jump up here and just crouch, and then hold back to land on this platform. Then we jump down here and continue on with the mission. Walking past those enemies, no problem. Cool. Oops. Then jumping up here, I like to switch to the heavy repeater and quick save the game before I jump up through this hole for a little bit of safety. Then I also check my health. Wow, I am almost at 100 health. You know what, let's just go ahead and heal up with a single Bacta and then use force heal to close the rest of the distance. Quick save the game. Then jumping up here, I use the heavy repeater to knock these enemies out of the way without spending force, and then I start jumping through here. Each of these paddles and each of these rings that are going to be flashing kind of a slight pink tint will just instantaneously kill you, irregardless of how much health you have. So you can either be really fancy and do like a big force jump chain coming through here, like this, or you can take it slow, right? Do a single jump over, do a single jump over, do maybe a double jump there to get past the force enemy, do single jump over, do single jump over, firing into this doorway the heavy repeater to clear out the enemies. Great. Okay. Up next is going to be a big sequence break, which I am just going to suggest to all beginner runners. It is very, very simple setup, and it doesn't matter about building optimal speed and stuff. It really is just having good positions and good spacings with your jumps. What I will say is what we're going to do is we are when we enter this room, okay, whoops, right, there's a cooldown if you don't walk through immediately, right when I walk through this door, these platforms start rising up, okay? So what we can do is we can activate force speed, jump to the left, jump to the right, jump off of that robot, and then crouch climb up to this ledge, okay? So once again, hop to the left, hop to the right, force speed, hop to the left, hop to the right, and force jump up, okay? So what I use as a visual cue is right after I walk through the door, I land right about here, and then my second jump, I'm just trying to go straight along with this walkway, bordering with this walkway with the second jump. So 1, 2, and then do a short force jump to land on the robot's head. Okay, that's it. It's just the height of the force jump that's the important thing. It really is not too important how fast you're moving in this section. I barely turned there, but just simply having that 2 hops, a small force jump, a full force jump, and then you are able to save about a minute for the run. Otherwise, you can end up doing this section casually, which I'm just not going to go over right now, because we've been going for quite an extensive amount of time in this segment. Next, coming over here, what I'm going to advise is you can either do this section here casually, which is entering this door, going all the way to the top, activating a switch, going all the way to the bottom to take an elevator even further down, killing an Imperial officer to get their key, and then coming all the way back up top to open this door. Or you can set up for a slightly more difficult Seeker Drone skip, which saves about a minute, okay? All of these save about a minute, which is really funny. So here, what you want to do is you can see the wall curving, so we're going to walk slightly past that, look straight down, go a little bit to the right, quick save the game, and then jump and summon the Seeker Drone about halfway underneath us. And this is not required for the run, but it does save about a minute. Then doing about 8 to 9 to 10 jumps, we are going to build the height on this. And once again, the Seeker Drone, after you get started, is just always going to move in this circular pattern. So you can just slightly tap your movement keys in order to stick with it, allowing us to get up, right? So some runners like to hold down the walk key to move a little bit more slowly, but I like to just end up tapping the movement keys themselves. And then just buffering your jump input every single time to get up through them. Boom. Cool. Okay. All right. So moving on, we're going to do one more level, and then we are going to take another very short break for just a few minutes. So coming down here, go ahead and quick save before you enter this room, and then walk forward, fall down, look down, quick save, and then pull this enemy up as they're jumping up. If you do this correctly, and you pull them as they're jumping up, they will end up going very high, and then just dying instantaneously because they end up checking how high they are up in the air, and then they die. And that will allow us to skip that fight itself. Then coming over here, we grab the Imperial security key, jump down, jump over, and progress on through the mission. And nice strafe jump there. Boop. And then here, hit this panel, and then either hold down sound stop or keep your lightsaber in the wall. Then when you see the data pad updated new objective information, enter first person and put away your lightsaber. That is important that you put away your lightsaber. Then quick save, mind trick this guy up here. Oh, okay, somebody's aggroed. I might have waited too long, so I might have to restart the mission. No, we're good. Okay. Then, as long as nobody's shooting at you, go ahead and mind trick that Imperial officer there. And that is the important one. That is the linchpin of the operation. This is supposed to be a really long and grueling stealth section, but just simply mind tricking that one Imperial officer, even if any enemy spots you, they will not go and raise the alarm, right? So if they raise the alarm, you just lose and fail the mission instantaneously, and you have to start the entire mission over again. However, mind tricking that Imperial officer, just no matter what, you can literally do anything, nobody will raise the alarm, period, which is very funny. Then just go ahead and do a jump up here, do a jump over here. Then there is a jump chain you can do here with a crouch climb to land up here. But this jump chain can actually be pretty precise and pretty difficult. The trick is to end up making sure that you jump to the left and then start moving to the right before you land on that ground there. There I lost all my speed. I have no idea why. Okay. And then you can crouch up there. If this jump is a little bit too difficult for you, no problem. The simple fix is literally to come over here, jump up here with a crouch climb, jump up here, and get back to the same position, which is right over here, okay? But with the jump chain, which is a little bit quicker, we can just do this. We can come up, and then we can just jump up immediately. Excellent. All right. And then up here, we open the door and end the mission. Yay! Okay, so we are now moving on to the Doom missions, which are going to bring us into the last, like, maybe half a dozen missions of the run itself. which should go pretty quickly. There's 2 very long ones, maybe 3 long ones, and then the rest of them are incredibly short. So here is going to be a great position to take one final little break to allow me to drink some water and rest my voice, and then we will get into the final segments. Cool.
I don't believe you. I don't think you need to drink water. I'm pretty sure you're a robot at this point.
Yeah, indeed.
All right. Well, we're going to give Eric Covert some time to rest here. And also all of you some time, get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do to kind of keep yourself healthy and get the blood flowing. Just a few quick reminders. We do have Summer Games Done Quick coming up at the end of the month. That's June 26th to the July 3rd. We have prize submissions open now. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on that. And Flame Fatales is going to be having its next all-women speedrunning event. Flame Fatales in late August. You can type !FF in Twitch chat, or you can go to gamesdonequick.com/Flame Fatales for more information on that. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the rest of this tutorial afterwards. See y'all. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is How to Train a Speedrunner, and we are in the middle of our Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast speedrun tutorial. We're almost done with it. Covert has been doing a fantastic job with the explanations and making all of the next level PhD physics of this game super simple and understandable. So I will let you take it away.
Yo, thank you so much. I know we've started each of these segments with the levels the same. It's but it's really important to emphasize, you don't need to be really good at the strafe jumping and the movement, the very complex movement in this game to be able to pick this up as a speed game, right? Speedrunning for everybody is just what you want to make for it for yourself. So there are certain jump chains that aren't working out for you. The community especially is really helpful with either giving you tips and advice on how to make the jump chains more consistent and more approachable, or for suggesting alternatives for intentional time loss in order to be able to have a more approachable and a more accessible time with the games itself. So we're just gonna go ahead and continue on with Doom.
I just want to touch on something real quick. That's one of the things I like about speedrunning, is that, especially if you're not going for the top times, if you're just looking to get into it, there's so many different things you can do to make the run easier for you. Because for example, we'll use this game because it's right here, for example. There are so many things I could do to just be I want to get my time down. I'm having a problem with this. I'm wasting a minute every time I do this trick. I'll do this trick. It'll save me time overall, and that'll get my time down. That's what I love about speedrunning. It's something you can't quite see right up front sometimes, but it's there and it's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. And for instance, I haven't submitted a PB to leaderboard, even though I could for 4 years in this game in particular. But it's that's it. For me, I love practicing and refining and also helping optimize the movement tech in this game. And so I've worked with, especially one runner in particular, Vrindar, major shout outs to him. I sat down and we optimized a lot of segments, and that was always a lot of fun for me, was helping sort of science out those things and really understand how actually things function within the physics engine itself. So you don't need to be somebody who's pushing world record. You don't need to be somebody who's trying to get a really good PB that is representative of how good you are at the game. I am a lot better than where I am with my current personal best on the leaderboard itself. But that doesn't really matter, right? Unless you make it matter for yourself, right? So just feel free, set your own goals and then celebrate when people hit their own goals, and they in turn will help celebrate your goals along with you. Yeah, boom. That's it. That's really it. It really, speedrunning is very multiverse in what you can do with it. Yeah, cool. All right. So now that I'm done with my TED Talk, we are going to go back to the other TED Talk of talking about how to work through this game, okay? So we have now finished the Cairn missions, and we are going to be moving on to the Doom missions themselves. So here in Doomcom, we're just going to start off jumping through and force push these stormtroopers to get through. Then if a stormtrooper gets in that doorway, once again, just hop and crouch and roll over their heads. Then here, what I suggest doing is switching to heavy style with the lightsaber. Oh, as I get majorly chunked by that shotgun trooper. Nope, nopers. We're gonna reload the mission, switch to heavy style, and then go through and do the same. Shotgun troopers hurt, right? You just chunked me like for 50 damage with a single shot. So pull out the lightsaber, save the game as you're coming down that elevator, open the door, and continue through. And so it's tough for me to like slow down and be like, okay, now it's time to quick save, because there's a lot of enemies that are shooting at you, and if you stand still for too long, they will deal a metric bunch ton of damage for you. So just keep going forward. Oh, excuse me. So what I'm going to say, because I drank a bunch of water in between the last two segments. Hang on. As I burp, excuse me. So what I'm going to say is when we open this next door here, down to that elevator, there's going to be a reborn in that elevator. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to press 1 to sheath my lightsaber, hold down W, and press my left mouse button. And doing this is something known as a quick draw, which will actually end up skipping our initial passive portion of the lightsaber, right? So if I do, I'm doing all these parry animations, right? So here, if I do a normal attack, there's this big wind up to do the lightsaber swing, right? But if I just deactivate it and then press the lightsaber swing, it skips the initial passive portion of the attack, right? So coming into this elevator, this door here, I'm going to save, stop, and then I'm going to quick draw vertical swing into him, which once again is holding W or pressing W and left mouse button. Or holding W and then pressing left mouse button. So you can either press them at the same time, or you can hold W and press left mouse button. And this is just the way that I most consistently end up killing that guy. So I wait for the door to open, and then I quick draw vertical swing him. Then, using the heavy repeater, make sure you kill this officer. Okay? As an audio bug happens. Then coming through this door here to the left, break this left vent here, and then come up and force push that droid there. If you don't force push that droid, it can end up killing you. I'm not kidding. That if you do not force push that droid or kill it, it can end up killing you. So just make sure that you force push that droid. Then here, once again, alt fire on the heavy repeater to kill that officer. Open the door, and then we're gonna jump up here, standing like right on top of this terminal. Oh no, he came through because I took too long. Oh man, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna show off what this looks like when I actually go through the mission fast. So here I'm switching to heavy style, coming over to the left. Okay, activate this switch to open this door. Coming through here, save, quick draw to kill him, activate the switch, heavy repeater, switch to first person, and shoot this guy to kill him. And then we come through here to the left section, break this vent, jump up through the vent. Okay, save, going to force push that droid there, jumping through, heavy repeater to kill that guy, and then I'm going to force pull these droids here. Right, if I get a good enough pull on those droids, what we can actually end up doing is pulling them towards this door, okay? So we need to take control of one of these droids, and there are 5 droids total. So you have a 20% chance of getting each one of the droids. 3 of them oftentimes will be really close when you force pull them to the door for where they need to go, because droids walking is slow. So if we force pull them, 3 of the droids, then if we get lucky 60% of the time on the first time you activate the console, then we will get one of the forward-facing droids. Here I got one that's a little far back, so I'm going to exit out, force push the front 2 droids, enter the console. Great, okay, second try, we were able to get this droid. It literally takes like 3 or 4 attempts before you start losing time from just backing out, force pushing the droids, and trying for another one. So if you don't get one of the forward 2 to 3 droids, just go ahead and back out, force push them forward a little bit more, and then re-enter the console. Okay, then coming through here, go ahead and quick save right there, and then come over with this droid and hit this switch. If you take too long to hit the switch, both in the speedrun and casually, what'll end up happening is, like, this droid will alert the stormtroopers, they'll destroy the droid, kicking you out. But as you can see, it is pretty forgiving, okay? It's pretty forgiving. Okay, so we're gonna come through, activate the button, press jump to get out of the droid, which for me is spacebar. And then I save the game coming through this door, pull out the heavy repeater again, and fall down. Here, if your health is not at 100, you can just go ahead and tap force heal, okay? No problem, right? You can just do that. Then break this glass fork here. Oh boy, do I even want to explain this? Not really. Not really. I guess I will because it's a tutorial. Okay, so if you activate force speed as you're falling and before you hit the ground, there's a weird thing where if you jump into a ceiling, you don't bonk your head and start falling down instantaneously. So with this, what we can do is activate force speed there and then continue a jump chain all the way through this hallway. Okay, and as you saw, I was like floating in the air and not falling down. If you miss one single jump and stand on the ground for longer than a frame, you will end up losing this and you'll start bonking your head against the ceiling as well. So like ideally, you'll be able to get 1 to 2 jumps off, and then you just weave back and forth, left, right, left, and then just walk through that hallway with force speed slowing down time to make it easier. Then pull out the lightsaber, hit these 2 switches here, where if you're standing in the middle of them, you can activate both switches with a single press. Then, continuing through here, open up this door, switch to light style, lightsaber throw that droid there, and you notice I just lost a bunch of health, but that's okay. Just kill all of those stormtroopers in there, and then activate this pedestal as we wait for the train to arrive to be able to heal up for a little bit of safety. Which is amazing, right? Because this train is an auto-scroller, so it doesn't lose us any time while we're waiting for the train to heal all the way back up to full. There it took me a little bit because I took some time from activating on the console to getting into that room to heal, but just crouching behind that shield pylon allows us to guarantee to not get hit by anything. Then coming into here, go ahead and force push that Imperial officer in order to get the key by killing him with the lightsaber, and then just move through these rooms the best you can, okay? Then, coming down here, we are going to enter a room we call the codec. So here, this section can be a little bit tricky. So we're going to show a few different ways of going through it. But basically, there is a console in this room that we need to get to first. And so the 2 ways we can get over there is you can do a jump cancel with a shorter force jump, not a full force jump, in order to get to this catwalk here. If that's a little bit too tricky for you, just fall down here to this pathway and then jump up to land on this platform. That is totally okay. Like, once again, this barely saves like any time in order to do the jump cancel in order to get over. If you do a full force jump, you'll just end up bonking your head against the ceiling, and that'll cause you to almost always fail it. You can still do it with like really good strafe jump movement, but it makes it a lot more difficult. Okay. Then go ahead and either pull out the flechette in order to do this, right? So walk forward, aim directly downwards, and shoot the flechette into the ground, right? To try and land on that tiny little platform right here, okay? Just like this, right? And that'll mitigate most of your fall damage. Or what you can do is fall down to this platform and then fall down here for like the same effect. But it's a little bit faster to utilize the flechette, right? Then activating this panel, quick save the game after you activate that panel. Jump up here, walk a little bit, and then jump to get into here to activate our 3rd and final panel. Then quick save the game, right? Just get in the habit of slowing down and quick saving your game and then going into the next jump, right? Because you don't want to lose like 20 seconds to having a quick save that's really far back. Then, if you have over half of your force bar or just slightly underneath it, then you can end up jumping immediately instead of waiting for the elevator to activate. Then hit the switch here, right? Come over here to hit this switch. And this is all to just make a phone call. right? Which is really funny because if you imagine the Imperials, they have to do this every single time that they want to make a phone call out to somewhere. They have to like hit it in a certain combination of switches, right? But like, no, like here, because we're speedrunning, it's just always the same combination. Also, something to mention is after you jump up out and you start activating those final 3 switches for the codec, we're not really spending force. So go ahead and just pop force heal as you're going through. But then after you hit the green switch, just go ahead and come back out. Okay? And then funny thing is there's a lot of enemies in here, but then making the phone call itself, well, as we skip this cutscene and this cutscene and this cutscene here, these 3 cutscenes, will actually despawn all these enemies and cause these turrets to stop firing at you. So like, just like, you don't even have to worry about killing the enemies at all in this mission in particular. Then just go ahead and force heal if you're not at full health. Don't use Bactas to heal at this portion of the stage, just because they will be useful, especially in the next mission and the final number of missions. Okay, cool. And then walking through here will just actually end up ending the mission itself for us. Okay, cool. So this mission is going to have the sequence break, which is known as Spaceman, which only saves about 20-something seconds. So doing some force jumps here to go through, and then save the game here, jumping through this door, and go ahead and force push this rocket trooper out. Then pulling out the rocket launcher, we are going to end up killing these troopers. So first, I'm going to show the portions of Spaceman itself, and then I am going to showcase off what you do if you don't want to do Spaceman. So the start of the mission is always the same up to this point, so just go ahead and save. I'm just going to make a hard save here so I can show both of the methods off. But first, we're gonna do Spaceman. Okay, so the first switch you want to activate is this blue switch here, and then shoot Trooper if he ends up coming in, RNG dependent. Then come in here and hit this switch here. Oh god, a Shotgun Trooper came in. Wow, a lot of them are coming in. Stop. And just continue to shoot rockets at the enemies. Then after a certain period of time, these hangar doors will open, killing all of the troopers. Okay? Safety medkit there, just always grab that. Then what we are going to do for Spaceman is we are going to open this door, turn around to this right-hand room, save the game, right? Actually, I'm going to open that door, save the game, walk through, activate the blue, and then use force speed. Then crouch, hold the forward left while looking like this, and then we're going to do a tricky strafe jump chain here to jump across, wait a little bit, and then crouch climb up. I waited just a little bit too long there. So once again, activate the switch, hold W and A, do a nice jump cancel there, and then crouch and land on this doorway, and then sneak in here, okay? So the reason why we want to land on that doorway there, I'm just gonna show this, is that if we don't end up doing that and we jump in too early and don't land on it, we'll actually, I didn't show it, we'll actually hit the trigger that causes us to get catapulted out back into space, hitting the instant death trigger. So the easiest way is to just wait for a split second if you have fast movement, and then to land on the door itself. So once again, having this door open here as we start Spaceman makes the trick easier and more forgiving. So just showing this off one more time before we go into the backup, right? Doing the strafe jump chain over. Don't even need like good strafe jumps. Crouch climb onto that ledge itself, wait for the doors to close, and then we continue on to the mission through this door here, which is going to be the save point, because what we skip from Spaceman is doing an underground portion, which I will now show off. Okay, so here we are. So if you're not going to do Spaceman, what you want to do is, instead of opening the right hangar doors first, you're going to open up the left hangar doors instead. So left, anybody in here, shoot him with a rocket. Right, anybody in here, shoot him with a rocket. Shoot anybody who comes through that door with rockets. Great. Then go ahead and, whoops, you want to close left first and then right. And doing this will actually end up causing these elevators here to unlock and be opened up. Or are they? Hang on, something went wrong. I think it was because an enemy survived, and that's why. Okay, so left, shoot him with a rocket, right? Shoot people with rockets. Goodbye. Oh, that's why, because they walked in, right? Okay. And then left, right to be able to close the hangar doors, and then come back in. And then, yeah, there we go. The elevator's open. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to do a force jump chain here. Then jump over here to the right, activate this elevator to go up. Quick save the game while you're in the elevator, and then do a nice strafe jump chain here to come over here, activate the switch once, and then jump down and come through this middle section here. If everything goes right, this elevator should activate. It did not. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure why this happens in all honesty. I think it's because there's a chicken robot here that can actually block this door. No. We should be fine. Okay, yeah, I don't actually know why this happens sometimes. Somebody in the community might actually know. Maybe I missed a trigger or something. Or the door, oh, you know what? The door is, oh God. This is why I just suggest beginners do Spaceman, is because I think I know what's happening. I'm actually gonna check. Help us, Obi-Wan, God, and no clip, which allows me to zip. This is not legal in the speedrun. Yeah, oh jeez. So the door is closed because 3 troops ended up surviving. And this is just a lock that can end up happening in your casual playthrough as well. So like with these enemies that are like actually still alive, like they didn't die from the hangar itself, then the elevator doors just won't actually end up being open. So when they die and then the hangar door opens, this is what causes the elevator to get unlocked. But if there's anybody who is left alive in this room, this elevator door will just end up being locked. So this can just be a reset point unless you learn and do Spaceman. So the backup is if you don't want to do Spaceman, is like exactly as I showed it, but just be ready for some RNG shenanigans that can end up coming into play. So I just highly suggest just learning Spaceman and doing it, which I will just go ahead and show one more time. I had completely forgotten that can happen. Okay.
Oh, now people know what to do if it happens to them, right?
Yeah, just learn Spaceman. So here, quick save. If this door closes, it's fine. It just makes the trick a little bit more difficult. Okay. And then come over here, jump up a little bit sooner because the door was closed, and we are through. Okay. So at the end, if you don't do Spaceman, you would ride this elevator up, and then you would come through the same door that we are going to travel through now. Cool. Okay. Then here, I suggest pulling out the heavy repeater as a weapon for this next section, which is here. Go ahead and quick save the game right here. Break this floor. Come up here. Do another pull cancellation on the alt fire, but I just missed the shots, so I'm going to quick load back. The reason why I quick save so far back is just simply because there is a rocket trooper in this room. There's a bunch of shotgun troopers. So just make sure to try and force push them, right? So here what I did was I ended up looking for the rocket trooper, watching for his fire. I didn't see him, so I'm just going to force push behind me and then go through. Great. Then coming through here, I use force heal once. It's important that you do not force heal any time after that, because we need a full force meter coming up into the next section. So right after you activate that elevator, you can force heal, but don't do that if you forget to force heal. Instead, just use back to tanks, okay? Then pull out your lightsaber here and continue through. We want to make sure we have light style coming into this next area. Then coming through here, quick save, jump, activate for speed, kill this first lightsaber enemy. If you get like a saber lock or something else, just go ahead and quick load back, and then jump, kill that second enemy, and then force push this Imperial officer, mind trick that one, which is required for the run and the playthrough, and then go ahead and use force heal if you want here as well. It loses very little to no time. All right, so here's going to be another cutscene enter. We're going to do this one a little bit different compared to the other ones we did. What we're going to do is we're going to, after we enter the cutscene, we're going to press use, count to like about 1 to 2 seconds, and then activate vid restart. So once again, when you skip a cutscene, instead of skipping skipping to the end of the cutscene, what it ends up doing is quickly accelerating through time. So if we press use to start skipping the cutscene, and then activate vid restart to enter it before the cutscene is over in that accelerated time span, it allows us to skip some of the cutscene, but not all of it, and enter when we want to, okay? So the reason why we're doing this is what we're gonna do is we're going to skip a switch puzzle that normally we have to co-op with Jan as an NPC. But while we're in the cutscene, the doors aren't actually closed. So here we go, right? So counting to about 1.5 to 2 seconds or so, right? Oh no, I skipped too much. Whoops. So just make sure you quick save before you do this. Oh, I have cheats on. Help us OB0. Okay. So about 1 second, I guess, today. So it like happens like day of the week. Yeah, okay, great. So they're outside of the cell, but they're still talking. And you notice the like black bars at the top and bottom of the screen, identifying that I'm in the cutscene itself. Then the fade to black means the cutscene is over, okay? Then out here, what I'm going to let you know is in the next level, we are going to skip the entire level with a sequence break by using a seeker drone by shoving it through a door. What I will say for this one is there is some voodoo involved with it. What you want to make sure you do here, that I suggest all new runners do, is before ending the mission, set up a hard save right there. Okay, set up a hard save right there. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, when I quick save and quick load on the next level, which is known as Doom Shields, and I retry the skip, it doesn't work. I don't know why. It's just how it is for me. And it's different for every single runner. It's some weird hardware dependence or voodoo that goes on within the game. Next, what I'm going to do is I am going to change my SVFPS before finishing this mission to 20. So boom, I just hit my hotkey, which dropped my SVFPS down to 20 when I enter Doom Shields, okay? All right, so once again, before you exit Doom Detention, set up a hard save before you finish, and then change your SVFPS to 20. I don't know why, this just makes it 100% consistent for me. And then jump into the end of the mission, okay? Great. Then, at the start of the mission, activate the bind to switch your SVFPS back to 125, jump through here, and then I guess quick save, force push this enemy, walk up to this door, activate the seeker drone, and then back away from the door. And this will end the mission. The reason this works is the end trigger can be activated by NPCs, by allies, by neutral, by enemies, doesn't matter who, right? And the end trigger is active just from the start of the mission. And so this allows us to skip the most painful, the longest, and the most difficult mission to do fast. Like this mission is absolutely terrible. It has incredible RNG. The boss is like really, really mean and really terrible. And then there's this weird anti-gravity segment, so we can't strafe jump through it. Oh boy. But yeah, just summon the seeker drone and go through. Yeah, boom. And then load into Yavin Swamp. Then if for whatever reason you forgot to switch your SVFPS back to 125, just go ahead and do that now. It doesn't matter, it just makes the game a little bit smoother to have it set to 125. Running at 20 is perfectly okay for every single level in the speedrun. Great. Okay, but now we're on Yavin Swamp, and honestly, at like an intermediate level, this is the hardest mission to speedrun consistently fast, for me, especially. There's a lot of stuff, it's very, very technical, and what I'm going to tell you is don't worry about 90% of that. The goal is just to get through the mission, okay? So here, starting out, what we can do is we can actually do like a strafe jump chain like this, land on this rock, and then come through, okay? And then jump across here. Then quick save the game right there. Then start a jump chain here. Save the game. Just stop and save the game. Then start a new jump chain to go through. What I will say is that this can all be done in one fluid jump chain, but it is incredibly difficult, it's incredibly precise, and it's very easy to make a mistake that can lose you seconds and seconds and seconds. But if you just break that up into 3 separate small chains, it makes it much, much, much easier and is consistent to get through every single time. Boom, right? And that's the goal, okay? Then go ahead and heal up with Bactas. There is safety Bactas here, a safety armor there, and then just go ahead and force push that enemy away. And then rolling through the section if you can, save, all right? pull the lightsaber back out, because it's good. Then here, what we're going to do is we're going to save. And there's a couple of different ways to work through this section. You can either jump on this guy's head, like I do, and then come through the section, right? And do a nice full jump chain like this. That is the ideal thing. Or you can end up just going ahead, jumping in the water there for a little bit, get back onto the dry land, and then jump through the section as well. Just try and show this off. Great. Right? And then similar thing. What is most important is that you do not land in these deep water things. Because if you land in these deep water things, you start swimming, and you can't jump out of it until you have ground that is a certain distance underneath you. So here, this is a spot that is useful. And then here, this is a jump that is useful as well. So you can break that jump into two different chains to make it much, much, much easier and much more accessible and approachable. Cool. Okay. Then here, what we're going to do is walk up halfway up this ramp and quick save right here before we aggro this guy, okay? Then there is a jump chain here that you can do to get across this crevice, okay? So jumping in here, I'm just going to show this. This is deep water that you cannot jump out of. Ow. So set up a jump chain here off of this rock, or what you can do is you can like jump over to this rock, set up, and do a jump chain to get across, okay? So those are the two best alternatives to do, okay? You can also feel free to land in the water near this guy if you want a less precise jump to go through, but I like to land on the rock because it's a little bit faster. It builds you a little bit more speed if you do it optimally, right? Then jumping through here, no problem. You can just jump over to these ramparts and continue through. These little ramps. Then coming over to the left, we're going to keep going left, jump through, and then here, quick save the game right here. Okay, we're very close to the end of the mission, but there is an ATST here, which has some RNG. So if it's really close to this wall like this, it can just walk on top of you and instantly kill you. Doesn't matter how much health you have, okay? So if it is really far to the right, what you want to do is jump over to the left and jump around the ATST. Here it's in a pretty good position, so we can just hug the wall and jump through to get to the end of the mission, bringing us to Yavin Canyon. Okay. So here in Yavin Canyon, the goal is to not jump into the water and sustain a jump chain all the way to the end of the mission if possible, okay? So when it's done really well, I'm just gonna like kind of show this off at like a reasonable level. We can jump through like this, right? And staying on the side, trying to get those forward-facing slow boosts, right? And then just continuing the jump chain, right? Just continuing to strafe jump and jump through. Jumping on top of this thing when I have a lot of speed saves a little bit of time, right? And then continuing to jump through, right? So like the goal is to stay out of the water, first of all, and manage your force. And I did not manage my force very well, but that is totally okay. So what we're going to do is slow down and then come to this end portion of the level, which is going to be this rock here. Jump up, wait for about half force, and jump through. But in all honesty, you don't need to do like a fancy full chain like I did there. It's really as simple as just like doing whatever strafe jumps you can. And then if you need to set up a new jump chain, just wait until you can get like a forward-facing slope and then continue on through, right? But don't land in the water. If you land in the water, it will eat a bunch of your speed, right? So like here, I'm just not even doing that jump chain that I showed off. That was really fast, and I'm jumping across, right? And then you can just jump underneath this thing. Then coming through here, if you don't want to do this last wraparound, there's a little secret passage right here, which cuts the distance down. This loses a little bit of time, like a few seconds or so, but it makes it a little bit easier to get through, right? And then we can jump up there and over here, right? This is totally fine. Don't worry about being fast, don't worry about being optimal. That does not matter. What matters is just getting through, doing what movement you can. Cool. And then these last two missions are going to be incredibly short, incredibly fast. Here you can do a full jump chain here with a full continuation to get through. If you can't do that, don't worry. The most important thing is that you don't end up eating a rocket from this rocket trooper here. So just like force push them over and then just jump through this big room if you don't want to do the full jump chain. And then land there, jump up here, and then do a nice smooth jump there. And then I like to switch to red style. So in this room, all we have to do is end up killing 2 of the 3 enemies that have red lightsabers, because we are the coolest red lightsaber wielder. You don't actually need to kill the 3rd. Then this rocket will spawn out, and right before the rocket hits the rebel person is when you can actually end up starting your jump to go up. Then coming through here, feel free to use Force Heal for no time loss. Okay. Then here, what I would advise doing is grabbing at least this armor pack as well as this Bacta. We're in full on Bactas, which is honestly really, really good. And then there's going to be another armor pack here, which I am going to advise just collecting. This loses you just like a couple of seconds, but it makes one portion of the final mission a lot easier and a lot more consistent to work through. Then here we're going to enter this cutscene. Just go ahead and vid restart into the cutscene once again. And then enter here, right? Wait for Dasan to open up the exit of the mission, and then just walk into the exit, because Dasan is a gentleman and allows us to just get through in that fight arena without having to fight anybody. Then here, a lot of the runners like to use heavy repeater alt fire to break those barricades while we're strafe jumping down. And then we're gonna, coming into this room, curl to the right. And then in here, there's going to be this fireball section. So what you want to do is something known as a Vino boost, which is going to, first part's not important. We're going to activate force speed to slow down time, but then a Vino boost is slopes convert our horizontal and vertical speed. So if we have a forward facing slope on a ceiling and we just hold force jump, it will actually end up just building us a bunch of speed. So using force speed to slow down time of the fireballs can allow us to get through. But what I will say is that the fireballs have knockback, right? So this is why we want to safety heal up for a little bit of safety, okay? So another method is to quick save right before you hit the first fireball. I don't like this. Instead, what I like to do is press force speed, literally take my hands off of my keyboard, off of my mouse, and then end up just spamming the my F key, which is my back to heal. And this makes it a lot easier to do for me. So what I will say is that there is a consistent cycle that you can hit every single time in order to get through that section. If that section is still giving you a lot of problems, then what you can just do is use force speed and then just walk through it. That's it, right? So if you don't get the Vino boost first try, it doesn't actually save much time to do it a second try or a third try. Just walk up and walk through it when the fireball projectiles are not in your way, right? Okay. Then coming through here, break this pipe here. Using rockets or the heavy repeater is good. And then when the water hits it, when you hear that sizzle sound, you can just go through the fire, even if it's still there. Then force push this. Listen here when you force push this one, because even if your cursor turns blue, sometimes the force push doesn't happen. So you're going to hear like a rock sound if it works. Yeah, you hear that? The sound as it's going in. So if you don't hear that, the force push missed, and you need to be more sort of looking directly at it. You might be just too far back, too far to the left. So just make sure you're looking directly at the panel when you push it, if you miss it the first try. Okay, then coming through here, what we're gonna do is walk here, and then activate force speed here, and then wait for this last crusher, because it's a bait, and pull out the lightsaber, okay? So here, there is some advanced saber tech, which I'm just going to explain really quickly, which once again, quick drawing is sheathing your lightsaber and then attacking immediately to skip the initial passive portion of the lightsaber swing, and then activating force speed while that first swing is going through greatly increases the amount of damage you deal with that first swing while slowing down the swing so it stays in your enemy for longer. So once again, quick draw to skip the initial passive portion, activate force speed while the first lightsaber swing is going through with the vertical swing, which is W plus your primary attack. Okay, and if you do this, this is the fastest and most consistent way for killing Dasan in a single swing. Alternatively, you can just activate force speed, hold forward, hold left mouse button. That is another way to kill Dasan. So just showing both of these off, right? So here's the quick draw, just dies immediately. Here's activating force speed, and then just holding down the button. If you get a saber lock like that, just backload. He still died in one swing. Cool, good stuff. And then timing, which happens with the auto splitter, just happens the moment that Dasan ends up taking a death. But then, if you want to really meme everybody and lose like 5 seconds or so, you aggro Dasan, and then saber throw that, causing the train to fall down and killing Dasan instantaneously. So if you want something cool and swag to have on the leaderboard to show up all the other runners, you can kill Dasan with the destructible falling objects in this level as well. But yeah, that being said, just sort of before we take maybe a final round of questions, if there are any questions in Twitch chat about this or getting into speedrunning or anything like that in general, this is a construct, right? You can feel free to take or leave any of the strategies that ended up coming up in this guide. Even if you want to lose like maybe 5-10 minutes, like if you really like Doom Shields, don't do the Seeker Drone skip to be able to skip the entire level by putting it through the door, right? Just go do Doom Shields as a level if you really enjoy that. Really, at the end of the day, the pure and true essence of speedrunning is learning and improving and enjoying the process. And then it's just a hobby for all of us to just have an excuse to continue to play the games that we love with a fun constraint of running against ourselves and running against a timer. Yeah. Boom. There it is.
So, I don't know if you'll know this, but does the swing move work in PvP as well? So the
quick draw does not work in multiplayer now. In multiplayer, there's a few other forms of saber tech that aren't in this, which are certain parry manipulations of the lightsaber swing. So if two lightsabers connect at the same lightsaber offense and defense levels, then they will end up doing some weird things that allow you to snap in about like 100 to 200 plus damage, which was something that I brought to the meta in competitive dueling back in like early 2000s, because I was a competitive 1v1 forceless duelist back in the day. But something that multiplayer also has is something known as stall hitting, which is not in single player. So the quick draw, which skips the initial passive portion of a swing, is specific to single player. Yeah.
So I will give chat a minute or two to come up with any questions they have.
Yeah.
And then we can just kind of talk about something that I don't necessarily always find time to fit in, but just like kind of reinforce the points of like speedrunning is pretty big, except for like maybe some very specific games. Like actually, so the game that's going to be on the show next show is not as beginner friendly as it could be. But like there, except for a very few amount of games, like all of these speedruns that you see are extremely easy to get into. It's not like the difficulty is sitting down and practicing, pretty much. Like it's what you make out of it.
I think a really big point about that is you don't need to follow a beginner's tutorial. You don't need to like interact with the community and find out like sequence break and the strats they're doing and apply that. If you just simply want to set up a timer, go into a game that you really enjoyed casually, and just like challenge yourself to see how fast you can complete it, feel free to do that, right? It's like, we've been saying this so much, but speedrunning is what you make of it. And just to like go off of that, like this tutorial was very beginner focused for like, especially people who had never done any sort of strafe jumping in like video games. But like at the highest level of this game, especially even at the intermediate level, to go to the highest level of runners in terms of like how fast people can complete levels consistently, it is the most number of hours of work I've ever had to commit to a speed game in order to bridge that gap and skill gap. Like the Outcast and Academy, especially Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast and Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, are the most complicated and the most complex and difficult speed games I have ever run. But the best part about this is that you don't need to do that if you don't want to. I'm just somebody who loves like optimizing and refining my own tech and mechanics and stuff. And this tutorial is definitely a boiled down version to give you a starting point to get in take a lot of the fun tech that we've discovered in the game and sequence breaks and then apply them in a beginner-friendly way to get into runs as soon as possible and have some stuff to learn and improve at. Yeah, boom.
Yeah. And kind of like touching on something you said, like, yeah. So the purpose of these tutorials is to help people get into them, but like, if the game you have doesn't have a tutorial, you can just play the game and then try to play it fast and see what you can do. Maybe, like, if there's no other run, so, like, this is something I did, and I did RPGs as some of my first few games, so it's not as great an example, but it's like, I liked the game, I wanted to speedrun it, so I just ran it, and then I ran it more until it was fast, and that's what I did. And you can do that for your games too, even if there is a tutorial and you don't necessarily want to follow it or whatever, like...
Yeah, honestly, I did something similar for, like, I speedrun a bunch of different stuff. That's all over the place. But I've actually done, like, speedruns of Diablo 2 just for fun because I thought it would be fun. And so I did look up, like, a map reading guide because, like, the procedural generation of the maps in Diablo 2 are specific to each map, as well as, like, how the entrance and exit tiles end up, like, being capable of spawning. So I just looked up some of that information, but I didn't, like, watch world record or anything like that. I was just like, I'm gonna try speedrunning this game for fun and see what I can do with it. Yeah, so, like, for sure, boom. Yes.
And a lot of it, another thing which we've said a few times, it's like, a lot of this is practice. Like, a lot of the things... And so I know specifically for you in this game, you have probably, definitely thousands, if not more. You've got a lot of time in this game. So, like, everything, you've practiced this so many times by now. But, like, even in other games, like, you learn the harder stuff by practicing it. And usually the harder stuff becomes easier by... having played the game more and having a better understanding of the game. I'm going to take this to a game I speedrun, for example. So I've had it on. So it's actually a show I did on the Spotlight on Monday. There was a trick that when I was first learning it, I spent 6 hours trying to get it. It took me 4 hours to get it once, and then I got it like 5 times over the course of the next 2 hours. I can do that trick without practicing right now. Like, I could open the game up and do it right now.
Yeah.
Probably second or third try, if not first. And that's because I've practiced so much and I understand the game a lot better. So a lot of it is just play your game, figure it out, and then you'll get better from there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like lightsaber skip for me. Is like I barely ever got lightsaber skip when I initially learned it in the OG method. And then I came up with my own method, which is doing the crouch climb to get on top of the cage, and then I ended up getting it like between 50 and like 70% of the time, like guaranteed. If I just opened up the game, did a no reset run, I would get it either second or third try. But then before, it was like I would get it like once every maybe like 30 or 40 tries. So like it totally is a lot of that. And like something me and Church talked about earlier on, as well, as the only way to improve at a video game is to play the video game, right? So in speedrunning, especially, whatever is the most fun for you, to get you to put more hours into the game is the thing that is ultimately going to lead you to improving at the fastest rate. Like, I know people who like really don't have fun doing segment practice at all. So instead what they do is they do a ton of no reset runs, and that's how they do it. And I'm like the exact opposite side of the spectrum. Like I rarely ever do full runs unless I like really am ready to go in and like try and break my PB. Or if I'm doing something like preparing a game for a marathon, then I will force myself to do more runs. But instead, I spend a lot of time like labbing out, optimizing screens, going through, finding out what works best for me with like timing certain rooms to like fractions of a second to frames to figuring out. I pick up a lot of different speed games with friends. Like recently, me and a friend of mine who I know from Hyperlight Drifter community, me and Spring Sylvie, ended up picking up Haiku the Robot, which is a indie 2D Metroidvania that's very similar to Hollow Knight, which recently came out. And so we spent a lot of like looking at routing and optimizing some screens and stuff and figuring out tech and physics and all that fun sciencey goodness, right? But that's what's fun for me, but that just may not be fun for you or for other people to do that. Yeah. So you do you. Find out what keeps you playing the game.
So we do have one question. This
Great.
is more about just stuff in general.
Okay.
But like,
Sure.
what's the difference in speedrunning? So like for you right now, what's the difference between speedrunning a game versus like casual playing a game? Just like in general, not specifically like your speed game or anything, but like just casual gaming in general versus speedrunning.
So having been around, so I guess like as a personal note, I am an introvert. Like, I mean, everybody's a little bit of an extrovert or introvert, but I am like way over on the introvert side of the spectrum. So I get very tired from interacting with people. Like here we've been going for almost 5 hours where I've interacted with Church as well as the restreamer Richard. Major shout out to you, Richard. Thank you so much for staying up so late.
Richard is amazing. But
for the rest of the week, I'm like not going to talk to anybody. I'm just going to go and chill and like play games. I probably won't stream tomorrow. I might not just like stream this weekend, but like for me, I recharge my energy, my batteries by not interacting with other people and just chilling and doing my own thing. So the really interesting thing for me is that like getting into speedrunning was actually not that different from just playing a game normally. Like I mentioned, I was a competitive 1v1 duelist in the multiplayer servers and stuff like that, like at a very high level way back in the day. And so like a lot of that time was just practicing against the wall. I wasn't even facing an opponent. I was just like trying to perfect my technique and combinations and stuff like that with how I sort of interacted and like my movement and my positioning and what I would do in various situations, imagining those, like what would I do if I was facing myself to try and get the biggest advantage over myself and like doing that. And that's how I really enjoy like diving into games, right? I was a top 0.2% StarCraft 2 1v1 player in America, right? For like a season. And so like what I did then is in an 8-hour session, I would spend 7.5 hours just practicing mechanics against a very easy AI, right? Not even somebody who was playing against me, really. And just like drilling build orders, coming up with builds, theory crafting and stuff like that. So that's how like the majority of my gaming is. I just like really enjoy like games that are like either complex or have like difficulty and then going into them blind and just trying to solve like how I go at them. Like recently I picked up Downfall, which is a free mod for Slay the Spire, which you can just, if you own Slay the Spire, just go to the store page and look up Downfall.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah,
right.
it's
I've not heard of
incredible.
this.
It feels like playing Slay the Spire again for the first time. Basically, you can play as like the enemy bosses and stuff like that. But yeah, like playing games like that.
That's
and
awesome.
I am not well versed and adept at Slay the Spire, but I've like put my foot down and really tried to go into it blind because it's really fun, like going in and sciencing out that game for myself. So I'll do that. I'll watch my friends speedrun. I'll watch other people speedrun. I'll watch GDQ hotfix shows, which is a main source of content that I actually consume each week. A lot of. Recently, I actually played through the Walking Dead Telltale games again because I felt like having something as an emotional anchor to make me get the feels real hard. And man, I was bawling my eyes out so hard, dude. Oh boy, yeah. So I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place with gaming. I do a lot of different games, but really sort of the divining factor between all of them is just sort of that introvert aspect of me really enjoying being in my own space, my own headspace, and coming to a game and trying stuff out. And then when I speedrun, there's a bit more of personal interaction because I have to interact with community members. I have to ask people questions. I have to like do races with people. I have to do events with people. I have to prepare for events like GDQ and other marathons, which takes a lot of social energy to interact with people leading up to it and then while I'm at the events itself. So a lot of my gaming is just in my own head. Yeah. Sorry, that was a very long answer, but I hope that was good enough.
No, I think that's an important answer because that's a really this is actually something I've never, I guess, thought of. But like, you do not seem like the type of person. I've known you for
years.
what? What? 7, 8 years, maybe. And like, I never once considered you to be that kind of person. I always like kind of considered you as a very sociable person. So
Yeah.
to know that despite and you're a great person, a great friend,
Oh,
but
thank
that
you. I think so too, for
you
you.
need that time to recharge, and that's something that other people who might also be in the same situation as you can still get to this kind of level, can still participate in the community.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
awesome for for other people to know that, right?
Yeah.
Especially because I don't like. I understand where you're coming from. Like, I totally get it. But I am like very different from you in that regards. Like, I find a lot of the times when I like about video games is two things: either that I can play them with friends or that they're competitive. So
Okay.
a lot of the games I play are multiplayer games with friends, or things that I have a set goal towards. Like, I want to be in the top percentage in this game. So in speedrunning and outside of it, like, that's how I approach it. But it's awesome to see like the different viewpoints on that. Like, well, like when I'm playing video games, like I do play some games, like single player stuff, but a lot of it is just like I'm playing, Apex with friends, or I'm playing Left 4 Dead with friends, or I'm, there's a few card games that are out right now in beta that I'm playing because I'm trying to get to the top percentage. Like, that's what I'm doing, and it's awesome to hear that you're just like, we're approaching it from very different ways, but.
Yeah, for sure.
It's still fun for us, and at the end of the day, like, speedrunning is awesome for both of us, even though we have these very different viewpoints on games in general, or maybe not very different, but we're coming at them from different angles. So I think that is it might not seem that it is an important answer, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, for sure. And like I still do like social things like that for sure, but that's like a very small percentage of like my gaming. Like every single week, me and my friends online, we do a D&D campaign, which I don't stream. I apologize for bringing that up then, but my character's name is Nicholas Mage, and yes, his avatar is Nicolas Cage. Oh, memes. But like honestly as well, like I've done co-op speedruns with Ray, who is one of the people who works for Hotfix, as well as my friend Ghostbird, who actually met at a GDQ for like hosting, right? So it's like definitely everybody is a little bit extroverted as well as introverted. I'm definitely way tipped over in the deep end in the introversion department. Wednesday is the day in GDQs when I'm usually like, okay, I need to just chill for a day and not be away from big groups of people. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Church, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
A few shout outs just really quick, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, major thanks to both you, Church, and Richard for staying up until almost 3 a.m. So that I could do this, so I could bring a beginner's tutorial to GDQ Hotfix. This was a lot of fun for me, and I'm really glad I got the chance to do it. Major shout outs to many people in the speedrunning community for Star Wars, especially Vrindar and Prasco, who are the two people that I sort of like talked to the most and like worked with and various stuff, especially Vrindar. Major shout outs to other people like Smash, Hotshot Wire, and I apologize. I'm Ztor and Build and like so many people. Like the Jedi Knight speedrunning communities, even with Academy, with Outcast, with Dark Forces games, everybody's like super nice, super welcoming. We have amazing beginners resources in all of the games to help you end up starting to learn them. And if you have any questions, just feel free to join our speedrunning discords and ask us questions. And once again, you can find those at speedrun.com/JK2 and then speedrun.com/JKA. And then go to one of the Dark Forces leaderboards for a invite link to those discords. So if you're interested in trying it out, please feel free to reach out. It doesn't matter how experienced you are with strafe games, as we have seen tonight with me bringing up these guides. But yep, thank you so much for stopping by, and hopefully I will see you on stage at GDQ, as this game got accepted as backup with me as the runner for the marathon. So if they have a drop in the schedule, I have a chance at running this game. Yeah, that would be awesome.
So thank you so much for being on the show tonight. It's awesome to be able to talk to somebody who's super passionate about their game, and have them come on and help share the experience of like trying to get more people into this this passion of ours, because this is a hobby that we both love, and it's awesome to see new people who are interested in getting into the community, getting into games. So thank you so much for being on and being as amazing as ever, Covert. You are fantastic.
Thanks, Church. Love you, man.
I love you too, buddy. So this is the end of the show. We don't have anything else going on. We do have What's Faster tomorrow. That's going to be Dangers playing Super Mario Odyssey versus Games Done Quick playing Tetris Effect Connected. I presume that's probably Richard, but I can't confirm that. Yep, that's Richard, okay. So, as well as Kirby and the Forgotten Land versus Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. And we will find out who's faster tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to take a quick break while we look for a raid target. If you wouldn't mind sticking around for just a few minutes while we wait to cheer on to somebody else doing their speedruns, that would be awesome. We'll see you tomorrow for What's Faster.